Chapter 1227. Chun-Si. Chun-Si? Chun-Si can become the little fatty's Tao companion. Do you think it's just because of her appearance? There's no harm in telling you. After all, both of them were recommended by you. Chun-Si has the complete inheritance of the 9 lives profound technique. Huh. Tan Linhai was surprised again. This was not because Tan Linhai was not calm, but because he thought that he already knew Chun Hao and others very well, but now he found that it was not the case at all. Many of their trump cards were simply unimaginable. How could Tan Linhai not know about the 9 lives profound technique? The #1 person in the great world of Xiandi, the inheritance left behind by the Star River King. Anyone who obtains the complete inheritance of the 9 lives profound technique has the qualifications to become a disciple of the Shao family. This was the glory that countless cultivators dreamed of. How can her aptitude be bad if she can obtain the inheritance of the Star River King's 9 lives profound technique? Her aura of life and youthful appearance were obviously not caused by any spirit medicine. Instead, she had given up on the cultivation conditions such as spirit pills and miraculous medicines, and cultivated step by step without any shortcuts. Although this kind of loss did not make up for the gains, this kind of tenacity and determination was something that ordinary people could not hope to achieve. And now, because the 9 lives profound technique has not been completed, and the fusion of 1 life has not really integrated, causing her to be unable to exert her true strength. I can feel that her comprehension of the 9 lives profound technique has improved a lot, and it's only a matter of time. Oh, Tan Linhai did not know what to say. In addition, Chun-Si has another talent, the immortal bloodline. What? Looking at Tan Linhai's shock, the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion smiled and said, although her immortal bloodline is not pure for her own conditions, it means that she once again gets a ticket to enter the Jade Maiden Palace. The Star River King Shao family and the Jade Maiden Palace are the 2 strongest forces in the great world of Xiandi. Even if her future is not as good as the little fatty, I'm afraid it won't be much worse. You just need to know about this. Understood. Pavilion Master, we have picked up a treasure. Yes, this time your contribution is not small. In addition, inform Du Minghui that in a few days, the old man will go to the true martial city. Yes, thank you, Pavilion Master. Tan Linhai immediately cupped his fists and said respectfully. He looked a little excited. Du Minghui was his good friend and the enforcer of true martial city, who had recommended the little fatty to him. Now that the Pavilion Master said that he was going to true martial city to notify Du Minghui, he was naturally recommending Du Minghui to the upper echelons of true martial city. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Du Minghui, and it was also a way to thank Du Minghui for his recommendation. Every place, every world had its own hierarchy and hierarchy. At the same time, he could not completely get rid of the ways of the world. In less than a minute, just as the Pavilion Master of the true martial pavilion had predicted, Xi Xian had also entered the state of spontaneity. Similarly, she had broken the Pavilion Master of the true martial pavilion's own result. Disregarding Wan Yishui, this senior student, of the 10 new students who came, 5 of them had broken the Pavilion Master's record. It also made Tan Linhai understand that the Pavilion Master was not lying when he said that the great era was coming. Awesome. It feels so good. Too bad. The time is too short. Is this the true martial great Tao? It's indeed extraordinary. Interesting. In the state of thoughtlessness, one's heart and Tao are united, and one moves spontaneously. This is Zhenwu. It feels so good. The heavens and earth are me, and I am the heavens and earth. It seems like this is the feeling. The stimulation of one's potential and the control of one's subconscious. It's so awesome. Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, Si Xian, and Chen Hao all exclaimed in their hearts. Everyone had a look of longing on their faces. Unfortunately, time was up, and they were all pulled out by Tan Lin Hai. On the other hand, Su Tao, Yin Su, and the others from the Carnage Battle team did not feel as deeply as the five of them. Although their talents were not bad, it was their first time in the secret realm, and they did not trigger the state of spontaneity in the end. However, he could still clearly feel the soul-stirring, mysterious pressure of the true martial great Tao. Ha ha! It feels good, right? As long as you join the true martial pavilion, there will be many more opportunities to enter the secret realm in the future. I really hope that all of you can join the true martial pavilion. When you make your choice later, you must carefully consider the true martial pavilion. Tan Lin Hai led the group to the great hall quickly. At the same time, he looked at everyone's longing expressions and fanned them. Of course, Teacher Tan, don't worry. No matter what they do, I will definitely consider it. Ling Feng smiled and said, I don't care. Ao Qian, will choose whichever brother Fatty chooses. Although we are slightly inferior, we also have the right to choose. However, we will still be together with Brother Fatty and Brother Monkey. The Carnage Battle team is destined to be famous in the future. Naturally, we will not be separated. Ha ha! The leader of the Carnage Battle team, Su Tao, said calmly. Previously, when Fatty had a conflict with Murong Qianhua, he had been a little troubled. However, now that he had followed them, he had forgotten about Murong Qianhua. Many times in one's life, one had to face choices that could affect one's life. If one made the right choice, one would have a meteoric rise. If one made the wrong choice, it could mean complete silence. In the end, no one could predict in advance. However, once one made the choice, there was no need to worry. In the end, Su Tao and the others still chose Fatty and Monkey. Am I that good? Fatty stared at Ao Qian and the people from the Carnage Battle team with a smug smile on his fat face. Ling Feng glanced at Ao Qian and the people from the Carnage Battle team, then looked at the smug Fatty. He snorted and said, Fatty, don't tell me that you have already decided? Xue Fian was like a mummy. As usual, she did not say anything. However, when she heard Ling Feng's words, her ears twitched unnoticeably. Obviously, she was very concerned about Fatty's decision. Who exactly was the fated person? Xue Fian was still not completely sure. However, she was certain that it was definitely one of Fatty Li Yuan, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian. After all, there were only 3 people in this batch who were qualified for her to stop. Because of this, when Fatty, Ao Qian, and Ling Feng wanted to follow Tan Lin Hai to the true martial pavilion to meet the pavilion master, she also took the initiative to follow. Moreover, she had already made the decision to follow to the end. This was because she could see that Fatty and Ao Qian were definitely together. Although Ling Feng, who loved to show off, did not say anything, he was obviously a person who shared the same rotten tastes as Fatty and Ao Qian. Moreover, he was a person who loved to join in the fun. It was basically certain that wherever Fatty chose, they would follow. Chi. Streams of light entered the large hall. This year's cultivators from the Daluo Golden Wonderland and the Grand Mist Supremacy realm arrived one after another. Buzz. Wow, they are stronger. Who is this? Who knows? Let's wait and see. It shouldn't be. I have seen the images of the dean, deputy dean, and the pavilion masters and deputy pavilion masters of the 10 great pavilions. Why can't I recognize any of these old seniors? Chapter 1228. He had something to do today, so he didn't write it. He took a day off. Until today, Wu Shan had quit smoking for exactly 2 months, the most difficult period of time. It was finally over. He sat in front of the computer. Although he still had some thoughts, he no longer felt restless and uneasy. In the past 2 months, excluding the 10-odd days when he went back to his hometown for the Chinese New Year, Wu Shan either went to the gym or walked through the streets and alleys. He either took his daughter out to play, or made tea, listened to music, ate dried fruits, and so on to distract himself from the pain of smoking. Every day, he would forcefully hold back for 2 to 3 hours to write. Fortunately, the feeling of holding back was getting fainter and fainter. It had to be said that quitting smoking was really a painful thing. He had quit countless times. 99% of the time, he would tell himself that he would quit after he finished smoking that pack of cigarettes when he still had one. In the end, 10 minutes after he finished smoking that pack of cigarettes, he would run out to buy cigarettes. The reason was very simple. Without cigarettes, he couldn't write. If he couldn't work, how could he support his family? Fortunately, this time, Wu Shan had steeled his heart. He would rather not write anymore than quit smoking. It had been 2 months. It should be considered a success, right? It had been 2 months. It was a good thing that he had more hair. It was as if his throat was stuffed with chicken feathers. It was no longer painful. It was a good thing. The only thing that was a pain in the ass was that his stomach had grown a little bigger. He had been very careful with his exercise and diet, but he still couldn't stop it. It had grown by 5 kilograms. That was the basic situation. He reported it to everyone. Smoking tortured me, and I tortured you all, scolding, cursing, insulting, leaving, and so on were all within his expectations. Wu Shan accepted all of it and bowed to apologize. Brothers and sisters who didn't leave and continued to write, "Thank you for your hard work. From tomorrow onwards, I will try to write 2 chapters. Bow to apologize. I have to go home quickly. I'm in Kunming, you know." Chapter 1229. The buzzing sound of discussion surrounded the old men sitting in the corner of the rostrum. None of the disciples who had already arrived at Dehua Hall recognized any of these old men. However, from the way they dressed, their bearing, and the aura they naturally emitted, everyone concluded that these old men should be reclusive old fellows from Dehua Academy. If it's an almighty who has retired, it should be for Li Yuan, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian. Very likely, in our Grand Mist Supremacy realm, only Murong Qianhua is outstanding. However, Murong Qianhua is a direct descendant of the Great Hall, and his master is one of the Almighty who has retired. The same is true for Xue Fian of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Therefore, only Li Yuan, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian are qualified to make these seniors come out. Murong Qianhua is here. Hiss. While everyone was discussing animatedly around the old man on the rostrum, the weaker cultivators in the large hall suddenly felt as if they had descended into endless darkness. Immediately, numerous bright stars flashed and appeared from within the darkness. Immediately, they gathered together in front of everyone's eyes like numerous shooting stars that were approaching from afar. Who else could it be but Murong Qianhua with such a dazzling appearance? Amazing! Old Dean, this is the successor you have been hiding for many years, right? Oh, his name should be Murong Qianhua. He's really a dragon among men. On the rostrum, an old man looked at Murong Qianhua, who had made a dazzling appearance, and said to an old man who was sitting among them, whose aura was obviously stronger, "Haha, not bad. This is the successor of the old man's legacy. It's SOSO. I've made a fool of myself." The old man who was called the Old Dean stroked his beard and smiled. His narrowed old eyes were full of doting and self-satisfaction as he stared at Murong Qianhua, who had just appeared. Anyone could see that he valued Murong Qianhua highly. Old Dean, truly a famous teacher, produces a brilliant disciple. Your disciple established the Starlight Battle Squadron in the immortal world space, but it is our great transforming stars #1 battle squadron. Even your servant at that time spent a bit of effort to find out just who the mysterious captain was. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Rumor has it that the name Starlight came from your disciple's unique and profound movement technique. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's truly profound and profound. Old Dean, is the name of this ability Starlight? I'm also very curious. Such a profound and miraculous ability is something that the old president has never displayed before. Otherwise, we would have guessed the identity of the Starlight Squadron's captain long ago. Ha ha ha. You bunch of fellows only know how to flatter the old man. Although it's the truth, the old man will still feel embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The old Dean said with a hearty laugh. Apart from smugness, how could he be embarrassed? Ahem, OL President, you're just too low-key. That's true. Otherwise, old man, forget it, let's stop here. The movement technique that Qian Hua displayed has nothing to do with the old man. It's an ancient inheritance that he obtained by chance. The name only has the word star, 9 stars transformation. 9 stars transformation. Could it be related to the legendary 9 stars alignment? That old man isn't sure. However, this isn't just a movement technique. It's a pity that Qian Hua hasn't cultivated to the ultimate level yet. Otherwise, he would have shed all pretense and moved according to his heart. He wouldn't appear to be so high profile. Old Dean, your point of view isn't right. You've suffered from being too low-key. Now that it's your disciple's turn, you can't be low-key anymore. Moreover, your disciple is still young. Young people don't need to show off a little bit of their ability. It's fine even if they show off their ability completely, especially with your disciple's talent. You don't need to worry about anything on the great transformed star. Yes, yes, the great era is coming. For young people, it's the time to gather their luck, ride the wind and break the waves, and soar to the sky. If you keep a low profile and hide, you'll only suffer in the end. If I want to rule the heavens, I must have the momentum to rule the world. Momentum. Once the momentum is cultivated, no one can stop it. That's right. Murong Qianhua is undoubtedly one of the geniuses in the great transformed star academy, with the most hope of becoming a top existence in the great era. Ha! Old man came out of seclusion this time because he felt the subtle changes in our great transformed star academy's heaven's secret. After knowing that there are a few monsters who can become top existences in the top academies in this batch of testers, he didn't hesitate to come out of seclusion. Of course, there's also a very important point. Sitting beside the old dean, the old man who had been silent all this time and had always had a faint smile on his face suddenly spoke. Immediately, the gazes of the surrounding old men, including the old dean, were attracted to him. Although this old man's status wasn't as high as the old dean's, even the old dean had to be courteous to him. Celestial Master. This was the innate ability that the old man had awakened after stepping into the true immortal king realm. He could sense and even capture the unpredictable and unpredictable heaven's secret. Moreover, through the subtle changes in heaven's secret, he could deduce the fate related to himself and the people around him. Although it couldn't be as specific as the great deduction technique, it still had the general trend of the world that the great deduction technique didn't have. It was a little similar to the ability of the ancient astrologers in China. Elderly, what's the important point? Other than the old dean, everyone couldn't help but ask. The old dean knows. Celestial Master, Li Tai smiled slightly glanced at the old dean, and then closed his eyes. Obviously, he had kicked the ball to the old dean, who was Murong Qianhua's master. Old dean, her disciple has been born. Who? Her, in our great transformed star academy, who can make old man not mention her name. Ah, her disciple. Elderly, old man understands what you mean. All right, everyone listen up. Her disciple is Xue Fian. What? How is that possible? With her ability, is there anything she can't do? Now that you know what she has done, I believe you will naturally understand what to do. Just pretend that you don't know about this. Murong Qianhua looked around. When he saw the old man on the rostrum sizing him up and his master talking with a gratified smile, he slowly walked forward and didn't interrupt them for the time being. Although he didn't know what they were talking about, he knew that it must be related to him. Moreover, he could basically guess that they were complimenting him. Disciple greets master. Greetings to all seniors. Murong Qianhua only bowed with cupped fists when he reached the rostrum. He didn't block the space between him and the rostrum, so his voice naturally reached the ears of all the cultivators. It couldn't be helped. Even if his voice wasn't loud, all the cultivators in the great transformed hall were paying attention to Murong Qianhua's every move. How could the captain of the Starlight Battle Team be an undeserving person? Chapter 12:30. Qianhua, from today onwards, you are officially born. Come here, Master will introduce you to the seniors. Yes, Master. At this time, the cultivators in the large hall, which was all the freshmen who came to report, pricked up their ears. After a while, everyone looked at the old men on the rostrum with more and more shock and respect. The eyes that looked at Murong Qianhua were filled with envy and jealousy. These old men turned out to be extremely powerful existences among the reclusive mighty figures. Murong Qianhua's master was actually the old dean. This meant that Murong Qianhua must also have the freedom to choose. After all, his master was the old dean, and there was no reason to deliberately restrict him from entering any pavilion. In fact, as the successor of the old dean, it would not affect Murong Qianhua much which pavilion he entered. Qianhua, master let you choose this batch to be born. First, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, but it is far from your own limit in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Second, the world is coming, and it is undoubtedly the best time for you to be born. Master has told you these 2 points before. In addition, there is one more point that Master did not tell you. One more point. Master, please tell me. Originally, Master did not say it because Master was still not sure who the other party was. Now, Master has confirmed it. This time, 4 monstrous geniuses have appeared in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. The second-ranked monstrous genius, Xue Fian, is the biggest reason Master wants you to be born. Ah, Murong Qianhua, who was communicating telepathically, was extremely surprised when he heard Master's words. At the same time, he was puzzled. What relationship did he have with Xue Fian? Why did Master want him to be born? Because of her. This woman is extraordinary. Not only is her talent and potential not inferior to yours, but more importantly, her identity. To be precise, she is her master. You have to think of a way to get close to her. If you can make her your Tao companion, that would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Master, did you make a mistake? Xue Fian's assessment results are indeed very monstrous. Even when I was in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, I was not as good as her. But she has lost her primordialine body. Obviously, what Master wants to harm you. That's not what I meant. Then listen to Master. When you succeed, you will realize that Master is doing this for your own good. Master, Murong Qianhua still wanted to refute, but when he saw his master's sharp eyes, he could only suppress the unwillingness in his heart. When they first came out, Murong Qianhua also paid attention to the Daluo Golden Wonderland because of Si Xian. How could he not notice Xue Fian's terrifying combat power and potential value? Initially, when Xue Fian had yet to come out from the test square, he still harbored great hopes. However, when he saw Xue Fian's disguise and the aura of her primordialine body, he was completely disappointed and gave up on any thoughts of seduction. Regardless of whether Xue Fian's true body was beautiful or not, just the fact that she had lost her primordialine body was enough to make him lose interest. But now, his master was asking him to pursue Xue Fian. How could he be willing? How could he feel good? However, even if he was unwilling to do so at that moment, when he saw his master's fierce and imposing gaze, he didn't dare to say anything and could only obey. Join the same pavilion as her. Yes, master, you don't need me to teach you how to chase a woman, do you? Although you've just been born, your experience in the immortal world is not fake. I know what to do. That's good. I'll wait for your good news. Also, among the 4 great evildoers, Li Yuan, who ranks first, probably has greater talent and potential than you. The only difference is that he's 1 realm lower than you. However, you can make friends with such a person. Know yourself and know your enemy. In the future, when there's a need to determine the winner, you'll know what to do. Understand? Ahem, master, you've just come out, so I'm afraid no one has reported to you. With what happened before, it's impossible for me to make friends with little Fatty. We can only be enemies. Oh, what's going on? Hiss. Murong Qianhua quietly sent a ray of memory light to his master. After the old dean saw it, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, strange. This woman named Chen Si actually has a familiar feeling. Jade Maiden Palace. Yes, Princing. She actually looks somewhat similar to Princing. No wonder she feels familiar. It's a little strange that she hasn't cut her Dao at such a young age, but can't die. It's very strange that she can maintain her youthful appearance and boundless vitality. It's even stranger that her talent is not bad. But when the 3 are combined, it's not strange. There must be another reason. If we meet her, the old man might be able to see something. The old dean looked at Murong Qianhua and said, You've made enemies so quickly because of a woman. You brat. But you have good taste. What do you plan to do? I've never failed to do what I set my mind on. Very good. That's you. According to Master, Dehua Academy should be the most important. But Li Yuan is different from you. He's not a direct disciple, so he won't be limited to Dehua Academy. What you do is up to you. But there's one thing you must fight fairly. You can't use any tricks, or you'll lose. Your goal is to embark on the path of the immortal emperor, so you can't be afraid of any genius. The path of the immortal emperor is a competition between the strong. If you don't even have the confidence to face a real opponent, you've lost the heart of the strong. Without the heart of the strong, how can you reach the peak and rule the world? Although Master can't go that far, I firmly believe in this. Star River King, after countless years, is only a quasi-emperor. He has never been able to take the last step. You know why? I don't know. You don't need to know for the time being. Just know that you can't lose the heart of the strong at any time. Otherwise, it will become your biggest constraint in the future. Go down, they're coming soon. Yes, master. Qi. Murong Qianhua turned into a stream of light and quickly left the rostrum, returning to his seat. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the exchange of divine thoughts between the two was only a moment. No one knew that this moment had a huge impact on Murong Qianhua. Ha ha ha. Old Dean, Grand Elders, it seems that you've also heard the news. But let's put it bluntly first. You can't force people. It's a two-way choice, and everything is voluntary. This is the premise. None of us can violate it. Accompanied by hearty laughter, a voice appeared out of thin air in Dehua Hall. Immediately, dozens of old men and women suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They clustered around a cultivator who looked like a middle-aged man, but had an extremely powerful aura. The person who spoke was this man. Who else would dare to say such a thing, except the current dean of Dehua Academy? Chapter 1231. Seeing this scene, the people present could not help but sigh again. In the past, even when they reported to the Great Hall, the dean, vice dean, and other higher-ups rarely appeared. But this year, because of the monstrous geniuses, the dean, vice dean, and the rest of the reclusive old men, the dean and the vice dean had rushed over. From this, it could be seen how big of a commotion Fatty Li Yuan, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and the others had caused. Grand Elder Li, even you are here. The current dean, Cheng Wanxiang, led 2 vice deans, 10 pavilion masters, and 20 vice pavilion masters to the rostrum and bowed to Grand Elder Li, the master of seer. I heard that there are a few monstrous geniuses who are comparable to the top geniuses of the top academies. Naturally, the old man has to come and take a look. The great era is coming, and geniuses are emerging in multiples. Unfortunately, we are no longer young and have missed this great era. We can only watch. Grand Elder Li stroked his beard and smiled. Hiss, 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 while Dean Cheng Wanxiang and the others attracted everyone's attention. Several figures arrived at the back of the crowd as fast as lightning. Chen Hao, Si Xian, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, Xue Fian, and the members of the Carnage Battle team were only sent over by Tan Lin Hai at this time. Not a minute more, not a minute less. Although the 10 people arrived silently, they still attracted the attention of the cultivators around them. However, because they were all paying attention to the conversation between the dean and the others, they did not cause a ruckus. Dean, all the disciples of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm have arrived. All the disciples of the Daluo Golden Wonderland have arrived. The teachers in charge of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm and Gu Chan, who was in charge of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, such as Chen Hao, reported one after another under Dean Cheng Wanxiang's signal. As the 2 teachers spoke, the elders on the rostrum, who were already in position, looked at the back of the group and locked their eyes on Chen Hao, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xue Fian. With their cultivation and perception, there was no need for Gu Chan to introduce them. They could roughly determine who was who based on the auras of Chen, Hao, and the others. Si Xian was even easier to recognize. However, no one paid any attention to Si Xian. The ones they wanted to see the most were Chen Hao, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian. Of course, because of Li Taishang's words, they wanted to see what Xue Fian looked like even more. Unfortunately, Xue Fian was able to conceal her true appearance well. She managed to block the gazes of the true immortal kings. No one was able to see through her true appearance. Even with Chen Hao's fiery golden eyes, he could only see Xue Fian's physical body. However, this was also within the expectations of the reclusive mighty figures. How could she allow them to see through her disciple? All right, you may begin, President Cheng Wanxiang said in a deep voice. Yes, disciples of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, listen up. When I call your name, come to the front desk immediately. First place, Li Yuan. Qi. As soon as Master Gu Chan finished speaking, Chen Hao flew to the front desk without hesitation. The front desk was for the pavilion masters and deputy pavilion masters of the 10 pavilions to carefully size up the cultivators so that they could decide whether to fight for them or not and what conditions they should offer. Disciple Li Yuan pays his respects to all the seniors. I came to Dahua Academy because the pavilion master of the True Martial Pavilion specially recruited me. Therefore, I choose to join the True Martial Pavilion no matter what the conditions are. Thank you. Just as everyone was preparing to carefully investigate this ordinary-looking but monstrous little fatty, and to the best of their ability to offer conditions to win him over, the little fatty actually said this directly, to everyone's surprise. This was out of everyone's expectations. Even the pavilion master of the True Martial Pavilion was deeply surprised. After all, it could be said that he had not offered any substantial conditions to the little fatty yet. The little fatty only needed to wait for the other 9 pavilions to offer their conditions. He could only refer to the best conditions and give the little fatty the corresponding treatment. However, the little fatty actually gave up such an opportunity to fight for himself. Li Yuan, are you sure you've thought it through? The old man's Dahua Pavilion has prepared the strongest cultivation plan for you in Dahua Academy. Moreover, the old man can take you in as his successor. Also, you should know that the Dahua Pavilion is the strongest existence in our academy. The deputy pavilion master of the Dahua Pavilion suddenly frowned and said, as the strongest pavilion in Dahua Academy, the Dahua Pavilion was determined to win over a monstrous genius like Chun Hao. This was not just a matter of getting a genius, but also a matter of who the first place of the Daluo Golden Wonderland belonged to. This was very important. The little fatty's terrifying assessment results, especially his terrifying potential value, were really too shocking. More importantly, the little fatty had only been in the great world of CND for a very short time. This also meant that the little fatty could possibly have a shocking increase in strength before long. In the future, the possibility of him becoming the first person in the Daluo Golden Wonderland was very, very high. The impact was much greater. At the same time, there was another very important point. That was the little fatty's decision basically represented 3 people, or even more people. There were at least 2 that could be confirmed. One was Si Xian, who did not age and had a shocking talent in endurance. Secondly, the monstrous genius Ao Qian was another. Without mentioning Si Xian, Ao Qian was a very important person. In the future, he would definitely step into the top 10. I'm sorry, I don't have much, but I know that I must repay kindness and seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If there's kindness, this fatty, will do my best until my death. There's no room for discussion. If there's enmity, then I must definitely return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Sorry, I've said too much. There's only kindness here. Moreover, this fatty, feel that I'm very fated with the true martial path. Therefore, I can only disappoint seniors' appreciation. The fatty spoke frankly and with assurance. On his fat face, there was a very stupid smile. The words that came out of his mouth seemed to be really stupid. However, it had to be said that it was very much to the liking of some people. At least, it let everyone know that this fatty was a person who clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Well said. Very good. This little fatty has some tricks up his sleeve. Some of the powerful people who had lived in seclusion nodded. Even the master of divination, Li Taishang, revealed a look of admiration. He stared at the fatty's big head again and again, as if he had seen a secret that others could not see. His eyes became more and more interested. Qi. It was also at this time that Chun Hao took the initiative to take out his token. It floated directly in front of the pavilion master of the True Martial Pavilion, Mo Shilin. Pavilion master, this fatty can only sign a 1,000-year contract. Please understand, no problem. After 1,000 years, if you stay, we can continue to sign. If you leave, we will also send you off. Everything is up to fate. Take mine too. Si Xian suddenly soared into the air and flew to Chen Hao's side. At the same time, she also took out her own token. Si Xian was Chen Hao's Dao companion. This was what she should do. Chapter 1232. Looking at the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion, Mo Shilin, Fatty, and Si Xian, the higher-ups of the large pavilion, were helpless and could only shake their heads helplessly. What a pity, what a pity. He's just a specially recruited student. Why should he use his future to repay him? The difference between the true martial pavilion and our great transformation pavilion is not small. There will be times when he regrets it. This kind of impulsive person, no matter how strong his talent is, will be stuck in a dead end. His future achievements might not be strong. Let's wait and see. The two vice pavilion masters of the large pavilion said without any scruples. Mo Shilin, the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion, had a gratified expression as he signed the contract with Chen Hao and Si Xian. He completely ignored the arrogant, great transformation pavilion. However, the two vice pavilion masters of the true martial pavilion had a disdainful expression as they said indifferently, the 10 pavilions of the large pavilion each have their own strengths and weaknesses. What is strong and what is weak? Would the true martial pavilion hold back their disciples? What a joke. You just snatch the strongest genius disciple every time. Don't think too highly of yourselves. You continue. The argument that was filled with the smell of gunpowder had just begun when the dean, Cheng Wanxiang, frowned and interrupted. His voice was filled with authority, causing the vice pavilion master of the great transformation pavilion to shut his mouth. Second place, Xue Fian. Master Guchan did not hesitate and called out again. Qi, Xue Fian, who had disguised her aura, instantly turned into a stream of light and appeared on the stage. She, who had an ordinary appearance and did not have a primordialine body, still had no emotions in her eyes. However, what made the pavilion masters on the rostrum frown slightly was that she actually took out her token and appeared in front of the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion. I like the true martial path. I'm a free person. I just need to sign a 1,000-year contract. Voila! Xue Fian's emotionless words shocked countless people. It could be said that other than the old man on the rostrum who had appeared at the beginning and the current dean, everyone else was stunned. How can she be a free person? It's not strange to have freedom of choice. How can a direct disciple be free? Most people did not understand. Qi, the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion, Mo Shilin, frowned as he took out the pavilion master token. He connected to Xue Fian's token and received the message that she was indeed free. She was not restricted by any of the direct disciples. To be precise, although she had grown up in Dahua University, she had transcended beyond Dahua University. Almost instantly, Mexilin thought of a possibility. He looked at Xue Fian with a serious expression and signed the contract. Fatty, this woman can't have taken a liking to you, right? Why did she choose with you? Si Xian transmitted. How could that be? I'm a big fatty now. Although I've revealed some of my abilities, I'm still a fatty in the end. Moreover, I'm not much stronger than her. Moreover, I already have such a beautiful Dao companion like you. Why would she take a fancy to me? Of course, even if she has discerning eyes and has taken a fancy to me, I have no interest in her. Why are you so nervous? Who's nervous? I just have a feeling that it's because of you. You're right. Maybe my intuition is wrong. Si Xian frowned. Due to Xue Fian's words, the buzz of discussion continued to spread in the great hall. Those who had guessed the possibility shut their mouths obediently. Those who didn't know of her existence naturally wouldn't be able to guess why Xue Fian was free. Continue, the dean said again, interrupting everyone's discussion. He did not explain anything. Third place, Ling Feng. Qi. After using the Heavenly Horse's Starry Sky art, Ling Feng appeared on the stage at an astonishing speed. Moreover, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, especially the gazes of the true celestial kings on the main stage, his expression did not change as he stroked his bangs in a showy manner. Disciple Ling Feng greets all the seniors. I've been to the true martial pavilion before, and am very interested in the true martial great Tao. Ling Feng, wait a minute. Don't tell me you're going to choose the true martial pavilion as well? I haven't decided yet. I'm not a fatty. To put it nicely, he's simple and honest. To put it bluntly, he's a fool. Naturally, I'd like to listen to all the seniors' conditions. Of course, it would be better if I could sense the aura of the great Tao of each pavilion. Whoosh! Chen Hao Ao Qian and the others were speechless when the showy Ling Feng took out a folding fan after he finished speaking. He opened it with a swoosh and gently fanned himself. His appearance and expression were indescribably charming and handsome to some of the infatuated women, but in the eyes of the men, they could not wait to slap the showy Ling Feng. The Great Transformation Hall's Ascension Great Tao is one of the strongest great Taos of the immortal path. Time is limited, and Old Man can only give you a glimpse of it. Qi, the pavilion master of the Great Transformation Hall, made his move. Boundless, immortal light immediately shone in the hall. Since he was going to use it, he would let all the disciples feel it at once. When it was time for them to choose, it would increase their chances of choosing the Great Transformation Hall. This was something they had to do from the beginning. However, the Fatty and Xue Fian had both chosen the true martial pavilion, leaving the pavilion master of the Great Transformation Hall and the others helpless and embarrassed. This was something that had never happened before. However, today, the two strongest great Taos did not choose them. The third one, Ling Feng, was someone they had to fight for. Ascension Great Tao. What a wonderful and mysterious feeling. Phew, amazing, as expected of the strongest Great Transformation Hall. Almost in an instant, all the cultivators in the hall revealed shocked expressions. Soon after, they were intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Even Chen Hao, Si Xian, Xue Fian, and the others were no exception. The ethereal and graceful feeling was completely different from the true martial great Tao. How is it? It's not bad, Ling Feng said nonchalantly. Old Man can make an exception and give you the treatment of being in the top 10. Your assessment results are worth it. What do you think? No hurry, no hurry. I need to look at the other halls before I make my decision. Huh? Feel the aura of our 9 mysterious great Tao. We can give you the same conditions that the Great Transformation Hall gave you. After all, your talent and potential are ranked first in the past 10,000 years. It's just a coincidence that we met. The pavilion master of the 9 mysterious pavilion, who was ranked second in the Great Transformation Hall, made his move. Indeed, as the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion said, the other halls could give the same treatment. Everyone's rights were about the same. No one could be too special. The real deciding factor was which great Tao the cultivator liked. That was the most important thing. After Ling Feng sensed the aura of the great Tao of the 9 mysterious pavilions, he said something that made people spit out rice. The true martial pavilion is like my first love. First impressions are the strongest. All of you are quite good, especially Great Transformation and 9 Mysterious. Unfortunately, sigh, I've already fallen in love with the true Marshall Pavilion. Fatty, I'll reluctantly accompany you. Anyway, the conditions are the same. Chapter 1233. Whoosh! Ling Feng's token floated directly to the pavilion master of the true Marshall Pavilion, Mo Shilin. Similarly, he signed a 1,000-year contract. Ao Qian appeared right after. This brother was very straightforward. Without saying a word, he directly handed the token to Mo Shilin. The top 4 of the Daluo Golden Wonderland had all chosen the true Marshall Pavilion. This made many people suspect that the pavilion master of the true Marshall Pavilion had done something to Chun, Hao, and the others. Otherwise, why would they all choose the true Marshall Pavilion? However, the dean, deputy dean, and so many reclusive almighties had not discovered anything, let alone the others. Fortunately, there was finally a change in the following disciples. However, perhaps due to the influence of the 4 great monstrous geniuses, 1/5 of the cultivators chose the true Marshall Pavilion. It was almost on par with the strongest Great Transformation Pavilion. Fortunately, this choice was for both pavilions. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of people in each pavilion. Therefore, the true Marshall Pavilion had stopped early on for half of the people in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. The Carnage Battle Team, which was ranked at the top, had naturally finished their selection and entered the true Marshall Pavilion. After the disciples of the Daluo Golden Wonderland were allocated, the true Marshall Pavilion could be said to have won a great victory. Under the leadership of the 4 great monstrous geniuses, the overall quality was better than the Great Transformation Pavilion. The Great Transformation Pavilion originally thought that they would be able to regain some face in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. However, no one expected something even more exaggerated to happen. Murong Qianhua, who was ranked first in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, had a master who was the old dean. He also had the right to choose. The old dean was originally from the Great Transformation Pavilion. The biggest possibility was that he would choose the strongest Great Transformation Pavilion. However, Murong Qianhua chose the true Marshall Pavilion as well. No one would be surprised if he chose the true Marshall Pavilion alone. After all, everyone had seen what happened between Murong Qianhua and Fatty. It should be because of Fatty and Chun Si that he made such a choice, whether it was to teach Fatty a lesson or because he had not given up on Chun Si in his heart. What really surprised everyone was the terrifying influence that Murong Qianhua brought after he made the first choice among the top 100 experts. Half of them chose the true Marshall Pavilion directly. Moreover, they all expressed that they were following the Starlight Team leader. Among them, there were 38 women and 12 men. The number of women made up all of the 100 people. In other words, Murong Qianhua's lethality towards women was 100%. Such charisma was evident from this. Seeing this, Feng Ling, Ao Qian, and even Chun Hao felt a little envious and jealous. Wasn't this too awesome? F***CK. Fatty bro, this guy keeps staring at us. He's obviously targeting us. Damn it. Whoosh. What are you afraid of? As long as I advance to Hongmeng, I can crush him with one hand. What's there to be cocky about in front of me? They're just a bunch of love-struck fools with no foresight, no knowledge, and no brains. Bah! Before Chun Hao could say anything, Ling Feng, this big show-off, opened his folding fan with a swish and said disdainfully. At the same time, he stroked his bangs and aimed his nose at Murong Qianhua, who was not far away. TSK, who's afraid? You can advance to Hongmeng, but can't I? You? It's not that I want to criticize you, but although you've hidden a little bit, it's completely exposed. Compared to me, you're still 2 streets behind. Compared to that cocky guy, He's at least a whole street behind. Bullsh asterisk T. In terms of strength, without a real battle, who's going to piss who? Don't take the assessment results too seriously. If you take it seriously, you're too naive. Oh, I forgot. If we're talking about flirting, I'm indeed 2 streets behind you. Well, I'm 1 street behind that coquettish guy. Huh? Little monkey, do you know what you're saying? You're courting death. What's he doing here? The 2 who were bickering with each other frowned slightly at the same time and stopped. Murong Qianhua seemed to be unable to wait for the other disciples to finish their assignments. With a smile on his face, he quietly walked toward them step by step. Is this guy crazy? Does he dare to make a scene here? Ling Feng and Ao Qian were both puzzled, although their bickering was very quiet and within a certain range. The 2 deliberately did not use the safer method of transmitting their voices. Such a situation naturally could not escape the detection of those who were interested. Murong Qianhua was paying attention to them. It was not strange that he heard them, but it was strange that he did not hear them. However, in the eyes of the 2, even if Murong Qianhua heard them, he would not be able to flare up. After all, this was a public place, and the conversation between the 2 was within a certain range. Unless one's divine sense came to investigate, they would not be able to hear it. However, Murong Qianhua actually walked over slowly and silently with a smile on his face. At the same time, there were a few subordinates who were allowed to follow him. There was not a single female disciple. Humph, you really don't know what's good for you. How can you compare to our captain? It's just the results of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. You want to be compared to our captain? You're simply dreaming. That's right. That's right. Not to mention the difference in strength, just in appearance. How can you compare? A skinny monkey with a red face and a monkey's butt, and a sissy with a strong yin and weak yang. They're not even worthy to carry our captain's shoes. Oh, and there's also a fat pig-like, dead, fat. Murong Qianhua's follower, who was also a follower, gave him a taste of his own medicine. After approaching, he took the lead to shield the surrounding space. He looked at Ling Feng and Ao Qian with disdain. The second one, as he spoke, he looked at Chun Hao, who was with the 2. However, when he said the word dead, his expression changed. He stuttered the word fat, but could not say the word fat anymore. No one felt anything unusual. They only saw the fat man squinting his eyes and smiling kindly like the Maitreya Buddha. No matter how one looked at it, he had a harmless expression. However, the rude follower took 2 steps back before he could stop himself. His face instantly turned pale and cold sweat poured down. At the same time, his eyes became absent-minded. Thud! Murong Qianhua frowned slightly. His thin and very stylish lips suddenly opened slightly, and a syllable was uttered almost silently. Immediately, he stabilized the follower, who seemed to have fallen into an illusion, with one hand. Everyone and everything was silent. They rose quietly and then died quietly. Even the closest cultivators did not notice if they did not deliberately investigate this place. However, this invisible brief confrontation was clearly seen and sensed by those who were observant, especially those who were at the true immortal king realm on the rostrum. Little fatty, you're a little stronger than I thought. Your control of the 7 emotions and 6 desires has reached such a level. You're really amazing. Murong Qianhua's face regained its smile and said lightly. He also controlled his voice within a certain range and did not use voice transmission. He knew very well that many people were paying attention to his every move. In the confrontation just now, he let the dog bite people. It could be said that the little fatty slapped him back and dissolved it into nothingness. He could not help but be shocked by the little fatty's emotional illusion. There's only one update today. Don't wait. Chapter 1234. Most importantly, although his sound wave technique had broken Chun Hao's emotional illusion, it seemed to have hit empty air. Little Fatty did not suffer any backlash, not even a little bit. Without a doubt, even he had been fooled by the little Fatty. And the other party was only Daluo Jinxian. He and his followers were Hongmeng supreme. It's just SOSO. Master Fatty can't stand dogs biting people. In the future, you have to take care of your blood brother. Otherwise, if Master Fatty accidentally uses too much strength, he will become a dead dog. It doesn't matter if the dog dies, but Master Fatty will be implicated. Don't you think so? Is there any point in trying to win a battle of words? Your talent is not bad, but unfortunately, Murong Qianhua shook his head. His expression was aloof, as if he did not mind little Fatty scolding him, using his blood brother as a dog. In fact, this guy was fuming with anger, but he still looked calm on the surface. Amazing, amazing. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I don't know about other things, but your self-restraint is really unparalleled. Tell me, are you going to accept Master Fatty's life and death challenge? Boring. I said that I won't take advantage of you. If you have the ability, step into Hongmeng Supreme as soon as possible. I, Murong Qianhua, will welcome your challenge at any time. A life and death challenge. Murong Qianhua said in a deep voice. This time, as he spoke, his eyes were sharp and his words were powerful. Although he had said roughly the same words before, this time it gave Chun Hao and the surrounding cultivators who were paying attention to this place a completely different feeling. He was much more determined. No one doubted the truth of his words. After Murong Qianhua finished speaking, he no longer looked at Fatty, who had no image to speak of. As if nothing had happened, he said to Si Xian, Chen Si, forgive me for my rudeness. The door of the Starlight Squad will always be open for you. When you understand more, you can join Starlight at any time if you are willing. Starlight needs your outstanding endurance talent. After speaking, Murong Qianhua smiled and nodded. Without waiting for Chun Si to answer, he turned around. Oh my God, can this guy be any more shameless? Ao Qian was dumbfounded. Awesome. Ling Feng's folding fan froze in midair as he exclaimed in admiration. Unrivaled self-restraint, first-rate forbearance, first-rate talent, first-rate strength. I have to say, although it disgusts me to the point of wanting to vomit, this is truly AF asterisk King awesome talent. Ao Qian said again. Yes, you're right. I've always thought that I didn't have any moral integrity, but now I suddenly realized that I still have some moral integrity in front of someone. My ass, moral integrity? You still have chastity. Scram. Monkey, you can insult my moral integrity, but you can never doubt my chastity. I, your brother, have never touched a woman's, but before. What? Are you serious? Monkey Ao Qian said in shock. Nonsense. Of course it's true. Ling Feng said seriously. F asterisk CK, you're my confidant. You're even better than me. I haven't even held a woman's hand before. Ao Qian's eyes shone with a sense of kinship and regret that they hadn't met earlier. Are you serious? Ling Feng asked with an exaggerated expression. Nonsense, of course it's true. Ao Qian replied just like Ling Feng. Ha ha ha. F asterisk CK, there really is a piece of trash like you. You're too stupid. Ha ha ha. Your brother, am handsome and elegant. I've played with at least 800, if not 1,000 women. Ha ha ha. I knew you were in a difficult situation, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. F asterisk CK. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. A.O. Chen wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill himself. F asterisk CK. He was fooled by this be asterisk starred. Fortunately, when the two of them talked about this, it was limited to the two of them, Chun Hao and the members of the Carnage Battle team. They didn't lose too much face. Miss Xuefian, hello. Uft, F asterisk CK. Cough, cough. This taste, Chun Hao, A.O. Chen, Ling Feng, and Su Tao of the Carnage Battle team were stunned. They didn't expect that Morong Qianhua, who turned around and left, would walk to Xuefian, who was very close to them, and take the initiative to greet her gently. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Cece, did you see that? I've never seen such a shameless person, Fatty said with his hands spread out. Fatty, why do I feel that you're envious of his courage? What? I'm envious of his courage? Heavens! Is Fat Bro's taste that bad? Ha ha ha. That's right, sister-in-law. I'm not criticizing you, but I have a cultivation partner like you. Why would I be interested in other women? Not to mention, cough cough. A.O. Chen, the monkey, was about to continue speaking, but he stopped abruptly. He clasped his hands in Xuefian's direction and said, Well, Xuefian, I'm just speaking the truth. After all, you have a cultivation partner. Fine, I won't say. A.O. Chen, shut up. Xuefian glared at Fatty's face with her sharp eyes before she slowly withdrew her gaze. What a powerful woman. Chun Hao and Ling Feng were a little stunned and a little shocked, not to mention A.O. Chen, who was frightened by Xuefian's glare. It wasn't that A.O. Chen was annoying, but the coldness in Xuefian's eyes was really frightening. Of course, the most important point was that A.O. Chen and the others didn't have any grudges with Xuefian. Although they didn't interact with each other, they were somewhat close. Therefore, A.O. Chen, who was in the wrong first, obediently shut up. Xuefian, who withdrew her gaze, looked directly at Ling Feng, who was standing in front of her. She didn't say anything, and even her eyes didn't show any expression, as if she was just waiting for him to continue. Morong Qianhua felt nauseous. Who was he? But at this time, he actually took the initiative to approach a woman who had lost her primordialine body and disguised herself as a woman who was ugly to him. More importantly, he was so handsome, so strong, and such a powerful person took the initiative to approach, but the other party didn't even show any human emotions. This made Morong Qianhua a little suspicious. Did he forget to rinse his mouth after eating garlic? Why did he keep hitting a wall? But he had to do this. Xuefian, Fatty, and the others left together and came together. Although he didn't see any interaction between them, it gave Morong Qianhua the feeling that they were a little close. He couldn't miss the opportunity. Miss Xuefian, your talent and combat power are very strong. I hope that you can join the Starlight Battle team. I can give you the position of vice captain. Don't be in a hurry to answer me. Just give me an answer within a month. I believe that you will make the best choice. The future of the Starlight Battle team will definitely illuminate the great world of CND. Chapter 1235. Morong Qianhua's voice was impassioned. He looked high-spirited and arrogant, which affected many people nearby who were paying attention to him. However, Xuefian, one of the protagonists, did not say anything. This is my contact number in the immortal realm. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Morong Qianhua said telepathically this time. But at this moment, the fat man stood between Morong Qianhua and Xuefian with a swoosh. Fatty's sudden interruption made Morong Qianhua frown slightly. However, he had already said what he wanted to say, so it didn't matter. He wanted to see what this damn Fatty was going to do. Chun Hao left his back to Morong Qianhua, but his fat face was full of flattery. He stared at Xue Fian and said, "Little Xue, you must take it easy. This Morong Qianhua is not a good person at first glance. He has a greasy face, a pointy face, and monkey cheeks. There are 8 words written on his forehead: old lady leaning against the wall and drinking porridge. Do you know what that means?" Xue Fian's expression finally changed, but she only frowned slightly. Her eyes were still staring at Fatty without any emotion. Morong Qianhua also frowned slightly. For a moment, he did not understand what the old lady leaning against the wall and drinking porridge had to do with him. Although he vaguely knew that Fatty definitely wouldn't say anything good, he didn't know about the sayings on Earth. "Brother Fatty, what do you mean?" Monkey asked with an exaggerated expression. He deliberately increased the range of his voice. He really did not know what Chun Hao meant, but he was sure that he was mocking Morong Qianhua. Since Brother Fatty had asked, as a brother, he knew what to do. "Brother Fatty, it seems to be very meaningful. Fatty, tell us, what do you mean?" Ling Feng followed. "Take a guess." Fatty glared at the two of them and said obnoxiously, but then he immediately said, "I don't know the meaning of these 8 words. Do you know how to describe this hypocritical guy with your own feelings?" Damn. Hypocritical, cunning, insidious, shameless. That's right. She's an old lady. Her teeth have all fallen out. Fatty reminded Ao Qian. Puffed. Ha. Damn. Despicable. Shameless. Obscene. Ha. Chun Hao's reminder was not a big deal, but all the cultivators who were paying attention to this place were stunned for a moment before they all burst into laughter. Even the expressionless Xue Fian's body trembled imperceptibly. After all, who here wasn't a smart person? Those who were able to enter a first-rate academy were all geniuses. At first, they didn't think of it because there was no such thing in this world, so they couldn't connect the dots. With Chun Hao's reminder, everyone thought of it. "Little Fatty, don't test my limits." Morong Qianhua was finally enraged. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm so scared. What's your bottom line? Show it to me? Drop 1 level and fight to the death. You hemph. Talking to a reckless person like you is a disgrace to my status. I'll say it again. I, Morong Qianhua, never take advantage of others. Catch up to my realm, and I'll welcome you to a life and death battle anytime. Let's go." Seeing Morong Qianhua flinch again, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Coward." Angry. How could Fatty not be angry? The first time, Morong Qianhua slapped his face and tried to steal his girl. Fatty was already angry, and he actually tried to do it again. Uncle could tolerate it. Aunt could tolerate it, but Fatty definitely couldn't. Unfortunately, this guy still avoided the battle. Although Fatty didn't get what he wanted, Morong Qianhua was almost vomiting blood because of Fatty. What Chun Hao said to Xue Fian next, as well as Xue Fian's answer, really made Morong Qianhua vomit 3 liters of blood. "Fatty, you wanted to tell me this?" Everyone didn't expect Xue Fian to take the initiative and call Chun Hao Fatty. "Yes, don't join that guy's team. First, that guy is too bad. At first glance, you can tell that he's a weasel paying a visit to the chicken. He's up to no good. Second, we've been classmates for a few years, right? It's not good to become enemies. Don't you think so?" Fatty said. This was what Fatty wanted to say the most. Xue Fian was unfathomable. Until now, Fatty still felt this way. Intuitively, she was even scarier than Morong Qianhua. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, just like what Xue Fian said, they had been in the assessment square for a few years. They were all top experts and joined the true martial pavilion together. Putting other factors aside, they more or less appreciated each other. You're right. Then I'll join the Carnage Plane? Great, that's great. Miss Xue Fian, on behalf of the Carnage Plane's captain, I welcome you to join us. Whether it's the captain or the vice captain, you can join if you have the ability. Brother Fatty, Brother Monkey, Ling Feng. Oh, right, Brother Ling Feng. Brother, I'll join. The captain is mine. I can't run away. Bah, don't say that I'm the first to be unconvinced. Even if you can convince me, there's still Brother Fatty. Now, that Xue Fian has joined. Ha, you can't even be the second. Ha ha. I'm not interested in being the captain. I'll just join. After Xue Fian finished speaking, she returned to her emotionless expression. Fatty rubbed his head. He didn't expect it to develop to the point of having a teammate. But it was nothing. It wasn't a bad thing to have another monster. However, Morong Qianhua was different. He was extremely good at acting tough, and he was good at not showing his emotions. However, at this moment, his face was as red as a pig's liver. It was a slap in the face, an absolute slap in the face. Moreover, it was a slap in the face by Xue Fian. His bold words and the 1-month deadline were a huge joke. Xue Fian, who had ignored him from the beginning to the end, had decided to join the Carnage Plains team on the spot. 1 month. The daylily would be too late. If this wasn't a slap in the face, then what was? Although there weren't many cultivators who were paying attention to them, Morong Qianhua knew that his master and many seniors on the rostrum were watching him, Fatty, and the others. After all, they were the most talented and the most outstanding among this batch of testers. They were also the ones who attracted them to come out of their seclusion to take a look. It was a huge embarrassment. Dean, please take a look. Whoosh! As soon as all the disciples' affiliations were confirmed, the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion suddenly activated a memory light and sent it to Dean Cheng Wanxiang. What is it? Cheng Wanxiang was slightly puzzled and asked telepathically. Information About Chun Si, who is little fatty Li Yuan's Taoist companion, needs to be kept a secret for the time being. However, I want to apply for the treatment of the top 10 in the true martial pavilion's Grand Mist Supremacy realm for her. If not, the top 100 is fine too. I think she's qualified. Chapter 1236. Hearing Mo Shilin's words, Cheng Wanxiang hurriedly read the light of memory sent by Mo Shilin. Immediately, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. As the current dean of Dahua Academy, Cheng Wanxiang was superior to the pavilion master of the true martial pavilion in both cultivation and knowledge. He was not inferior to the old dean. The moment he saw enlightened Si Xian, he, like the old dean, vaguely felt that Si Xian was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. It was just that he could not pinpoint exactly what was so special about her. And now, the information sent by Mo Shilin confirmed his feeling. Immortal bloodline, 9 lives inheritance. The immortal bloodline alone was nothing. Even when combined with the talent and potential that Si Xian was currently displaying, it was still nothing. But Si Xian had cultivated the 9 lives profound technique, which was completely different. Moreover, Si Xian had only integrated the second life. There were still 7 lives and even 8 lives that had yet to be integrated. Of course, there were 2 most important points. First, Si Xian had cultivated with the most solid foundation. With this, the issue of Si Xian's age was not a problem. Second, the integration of Si Xian's original body and second life was not perfect and was still evolving. When the integration was truly perfect, the strength she displayed would be completely different from what it was now. This also meant that Si Xian's potential was much higher than what she had displayed. Coupled with her stunning appearance, she was definitely someone who met the requirements of the 2 strongest forces, the Galaxy King's Shao family and Jade Maiden Palace. Such a person, not to mention a first-class academy, even a top academy, would focus on nurturing her. Approved. Chung Wanxiang did not hesitate at all and transmitted his voice. The top 10 will be treated for 100 years. After 100 years, the evaluation will be redone. Thank you, Dean. Mo Shilin transmitted his voice respectfully. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dean Chung Wanxiang and the Vice Dean, as well as many elders, pavilion masters, and vice pavilion masters, finished their discussion. Gu Chan and another teacher separately announced the treatment and arrangements of Daluo Jingxian and the new disciples of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm, which were branded on their respective tokens. When the teacher in charge of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm announced that the second disciple was not the original second place, but Si Xian, who had changed her name to Chen Si, everyone was surprised. When they heard that Si Xian had actually obtained the treatment of being one of the top 10 disciples in the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm, and that it was for 100 years, they were even more shocked. This treatment was even more exaggerated than that of Chen Hao, Xue Fian, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Murong Qianhua of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm. The so-called archiving and reset meant that the contribution value calculated into the comprehensive ranking was limited to the contribution value obtained within a 10-year period. After 10 years, the contribution value of the current year would be stored in the potential value available to the cultivator, and the potential value calculated on the pagoda monument would start from 0 again. Only in this way could a true reflection of a cultivator's ability, and at the same time, it could stimulate the cultivator to enter to a greater extent. If there was no such thing, then the cultivators who had been in the University of Dahua for a long time would have an advantage. Murong Qianhua's words clearly meant that he was confident that he could become the real top 10 after the contribution value was reset to 0. Challenged then, Murong Qianhua smiled slightly and said, Murong Qianhua, don't need special permission. I will obtain the top 10 with my own strength. Murong Qianhua, who had already reserved some of his strength, could certainly obtain a higher result through the reassessment of the potential value and combat strength value, but Murong Qianhua chose to challenge more directly. The reason was very simple. Firstly, it was difficult for a young new genius to compete with a top genius senior who had experienced countless years and countless assessments. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, the top 10 who won through challenges were the real top 10. Otherwise, if one obtained the top 10 purely through the assessment of combat strength and potential value, he would basically have to face the opponent's challenge. And if he lost, he would be replaced. While speaking, Murong Qianhua glanced at Chun Hao with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Teacher Tan, how could the fat man stand such a gaze? He spoke directly. Tan Linhai frowned slightly, obviously guessing what the fat man was going to say. You can also tell the pavilion master that there is no need to build my palace. It would be a waste. The fat man held his head high and puffed out his chest. Little fatty, you have to think carefully. Your combat strength and potential value can temporarily rank in the top 10 after being reset to 0. However, if you really want to occupy the palace, you will definitely face the challenge of the top 10 disciples. That's not, Tan Linhai hurriedly said. Unlike how he treated Murong Qianhua, Tan Linhai felt close to the fat man as if he was the one who brought him to the University of Dahua. He also felt that it was right to give the fat man advice. I know. The fat man waved his hand and said resolutely, Damn, Brother Fatty, you're my idol. Damn it, Fatty, are you forcing me to make the same choice? I can't be inferior to you. Go away, how can you make the same choice as me? The fat man glared at Ling Feng and immediately looked at Tan Linhai. Teacher Tan, I'm serious, there's no need to build it. Cece's palace is the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, and it's been 100 years. Of course, the fat man, will be with Cece. Everything that needs to be added will be added to Cece's palace. We are Taoist companions. Even if our realms are different, we can't be separated. Special problems, special solutions. Right, Teacher Tan? Chapter 1237. F***CK. Ao Qian and Ling Feng both curse it out loud. Fatty's words and expression were too wretched. Si Xian was also stunned. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Her pretty face was slightly red. There was no other way. She could not possibly reject Chun Hao's suggestion. Could she? That was impossible. After all, they were Dao companions. Moreover, before this, she was able to come here because of Chun Hao. Therefore, even if she was a little shy, she could only lower her head and acquiesce. On the other hand, Murong Qianhua looked at Fatty with disdain. However, what he got in return was Fatty's arrogant words. What are you looking at? Lord Fatty is not an idiot. Why should I learn from an idiot? What are you staring at? Challenge Lord Fatty if you have the guts. Murong Qianhua was so angry that his whole body trembled. He was just short of exploding. However, he who cared about his image and identity held himself back in the end. He felt that it was beneath his dignity to argue with a hooligan like Fatty. You two don't have to report your thoughts to the pavilion master. Let's talk about Murong Qianhua first. If you succeed in the challenge, the real top 10 treatment you will receive will be superimposed with the top 10 treatment you have received in the previous year. Therefore, you don't have to give up at all. You don't have to worry about wasting it. This is a reward for you. Just accept it calmly. The same goes for Fatty's palace. However, you can't live in Chun Si's palace. Our College of Taoism is a first-class college. It's not as casual as second-rate, third-rate, and other low-level colleges. The residential areas of various realms are strictly divided. Even if you are Tao companions, you can't receive special treatment. Moreover, there are many Tao companions of different realms like you. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, the palaces of our College of Taoism, no matter what level they are all condensed for one person. Cultivators who have the same treatment can enter each other's palaces, but cultivators who are not of the same level and treatment cannot enter each other's palaces. This is to prevent some people from letting their friends use their palaces, which would consume too much supply energy and facilities. It can't be? Teacher Tan, isn't this a little too stingy? Tao companions, you don't even give them the right to live together? If you want to live together, you'll have to ascend to the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. You'll be in the same realm as Chun Si, and you'll also be in the top 10 palaces. You'll be able to do as you please. No room for discussion. No, at least there's no precedent for it. Is there any other way? I don't want to be separated from Cece. Fatty said in a mushy manner. Even Si Xian was disgusted by Fatty. Yes, cultivators with higher status in their palaces could enter the palaces of lower-level cultivators. The only way was for Chun Si to go to your palace. That way, it wouldn't matter. However, it's fine to go there once in a while, but it's not worth it for Chun Si to stay at your place all the time. She's not using the good cultivation conditions, but using yours. You should be clear about this. Don't even think about sneaking in. That's impossible. All palaces are equipped with a token aura detection function. Unless you meet the conditions to enter, even if the owner allows you to enter, you'll be chased out by the 9-colored celestial light restriction. Fatty's spinning eyes stopped. Damn, isn't the 9-colored celestial light a little too ruthless? Fatty could only give up. This is the guest room of the true Martial Pavilion. You'll be staying here for the next 3 days. Tan Linhai said, as he led the group to a huge mountain. Chi chi chi. After 3 days, when all of your palaces are completed, someone will come to inform you. You can go there directly then. In these 3 days, you can go to the True Martial Pavilion's training hall and the Academy of Taoism's compulsory cultivation hall to take a look. You can choose what you're interested in and what you're required to learn. After you're done, you can go to the Academy of Taoism's Mission Center, Free Trade Hall, Arena, Basic Cultivation Hall, Assessment Center, Weapon Refining Hall, Talisman Refining Hall, Medicine Refining Hall, and some taverns and restaurants for disciples to socialize. You can also go to various associations to take a look. Although you're all geniuses among geniuses, there's still a lot for you to learn in the Academy of Taoism. Do you have any other questions? If you do, you can ask now. If not, I'll go first. No, everyone replied. All right, this is the guest room's token. You can go now. I wish you a good start. Goodbye. Chi, after Tan Linhai gave the 6 guest rooms tokens to the 6 of them, he turned into a ray of light and left quickly. Brother Fatty, let's go together tomorrow morning. We'll meet here tomorrow morning. Ling Feng said, Xue Fian, you're coming too? Of course, Xue Fian replied, although she still gave off a cold vibe. It was good enough that she was able to speak. All right, see you tomorrow. Let's go. Chun Hao looked at Morong Qianhua, who was about to speak to Xue Fian, with obvious disgust. After he finished speaking, he pulled Chun Si and left in a flash. Let's go. Ling Feng and Ao Qian also left quickly. Xue Fian also didn't give Morong Qianhua a chance to speak and disappeared in the afterglow of the setting sun. Phew, a new beginning, Cece. How do you feel? According to the room's number, they entered a spacious cultivation room equipped with a higher level than the Hotel Chun Hao and Si Xian stayed in the true martial city. Chun Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay. Fatty, do we have to act like we're stuck together like glue? Or do you really have feelings for me? After Si Xian responded, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and stared at Chun Hao. They were Taoist companions, but only in name. No matter whether they had feelings for each other or not, before they really made it clear, they were pretending. There was no need for them to live together when they each had their own room. However, Fatty acted as if he didn't want to be separated from Si Xian for even a moment in front of others, which made Si Xian feel a little proud and secretly happy. Hearing Si Xian's words, Chun Hao was slightly stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, Brother Fatty, and I have been on the move all this time. After several dangerous interceptions by the Thunder Dragon King, we finally came to a first-rate academy. Moreover, you and I have both obtained the best treatment and settled down. Are we going to consummate our marriage tonight? Isn't that a good idea? Bah, nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I'm serious. Am I not being serious? Actually, Morong Qianhua's conditions are very good. His appearance, talent, potential, and temperament are all top-notch. Chun Hao suddenly changed the topic. What does it have to do with me? Si Xian frowned. Well said. When your heart belongs to someone, you won't be moved. You see, you're so loyal to me. How can I not be moved? If I'm moved, how can I not want to act? The fusion of yin and yang is the fastest way to reach the depths of each other's souls. Hee. Old woman, leaning against the wall drinking porridge. Shameless, despicable, and vulgar. Humph, I'm going to the cultivation room. Don't disturb me. Si Xian said with a red face. After saying that, she directly entered the cultivation room. Chun Hao stared at her back and laughed. A new beginning, the beginning of the great world of Xiandi, just like the universities on Earth. Although the learning content was completely different, It made Chun Hao feel excited. And now it was about to start. Chapter 1238. The night sky was clear, and the stars were bright. Through the window, Chun Hao raised his head and stared at the vast starry sky. The wretched look on his face disappeared, and was replaced by a faint longing. It was as if he had seen the other side of the starry sky. He stood there for a long time. After a full hour, a golden rune suddenly flashed between Chun Hao's eyebrows and disappeared in a flash. Immediately, his eyes regained their clarity, and he stepped into the cultivation room. If there was concern in his heart, he couldn't be emotionless. He could only cut off his feelings with the sword of wisdom and temporarily seal them. After sitting cross-legged, not far from Si Xian, Chun Hao slowly closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. After becoming a disciple of the academy, I have the right to buy the spiritual helmet. I have to quickly gather enough money for Si Xian and me. It should be simple. I just have to sell those junk things. The device used to enter the immortal realm was the same as the second world of the vast universe galaxy. It was also a helmet, and it was also called the spiritual helmet. However, in the great world of Xiandi, outsiders couldn't get it for free. They had to obtain the right to use it before they could buy it. Moreover, the price was not cheap. This was also one of the main ways the great world of Xiandi earned treasures from outsiders. At the same time, Chun Hao's interest was piqued because it was similar to the second world. Perhaps he could discover some connection between Yilan and the great thousand world of the celestial emperors. In addition, according to the information obtained from the Carnage battle team, the space of the celestial realm was the only way to become a celestial emperor. Therefore, this was the first thing Chun Hao had to do. The Ancient Martial Arts Association, the Science Association, the International Musicians Association, the Calligraphy and Painting Association, the Spell Association. I have to go in and take a look. Maybe I can find some ancient secrets and connections with Earth. It wasn't strange for one of these associations to appear, but they all appeared in the University of Dahua, especially the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Chun Hao had a strong intuition that he might be able to find more connections between the great world of Xiandi and Earth in these associations. Earth, ancient chaos, and the immortal emperor. What was the relationship between them? This was what Chun Hao wanted to know the most after discovering the great monk in the ancient chaos desolation domain. Similarly, if Chun Hao wanted to return to Earth and look for Yi Xian, this was also the most crucial point. However, it doesn't seem possible to join all the associations. Let's see how it goes. If it really doesn't work, I'll just go crazy once. After all, I'm not keeping a low profile right now. I need to understand what I can learn from these associations. Chun Hao thought to himself as he made his decision. Previously, when the major associations were recruiting, Chun Hao had been boasting and bragging in everyone's eyes, claiming that he was born strong in all aspects because of this reason. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of this. When it was time to keep a low profile, he would keep a low profile. When he could no longer keep a low profile, he would go all out. What was there to fear? Chun Hao wanted to improve himself quickly. It was obviously not possible to keep a low profile all the time. In this, the great world of Xiandi, which was full of competition and danger, keeping a low profile was certainly the foundation for survival. However, if one kept too low a profile, it meant that one would give up the chance to gather luck and the opportunity to fight in life and death situations. Without the pressure of these pressures, how could one be fast? Of course, this didn't mean that one had to keep a high profile. Everything had its pros and cons. The most important thing was the word limit. It all depended on how one grasped this limit. From Chun Hao's point of view, even if he was only in his true body, he would be completely completely exposed. He would always keep a low profile. After all, from the second to sixth animus, each one was more abnormal than the last. They were all wandering in the great world of Xiandi. The seventh anima was in the chaotic universe, where the laws of heaven were not inferior to the great world of Xiandi. He had to start training from scratch. As for the eighth anima, which had just been derived from the will of massacre, it was temporarily sealed in the world of his mind. Its battle strength was not inferior to Chun Hao's original body. Of course, the most important thing is to really learn something. Otherwise, wouldn't joining an academy be a waste of time? Chun Hao carefully sorted out his thoughts. After thinking about his recent plans, he entered a state of cultivation. Currently, he and Si Xian were still in the spurt period of strength improvement. This was the inevitable improvement brought by the first time a cultivator came to the great world of Xiandi and truly integrated into the world. The amount of improvement varied from person to person. Chun Hao's comprehension of the laws of the heavenly Tao allowed him to not improve by much, but Si Xian was clearly different. Just by looking at her rapid improvement and performance during this period of time, one could see that Si Xian was the one who had truly erupted. She was like a dying fish that had returned to the water and rapidly recovered. Her improvement was several times greater than Chun Hao's. At 7 in the morning, the sun rose from the east, bright and beautiful. Chi, chi, chi. 5 streaks of light streaked across the sky. Su Tao, In Susu, Gong Chao, Guoda, and Wang Chengfeng of the Carnage Battle Team arrived at the huge square in front of the guest room. Last night, in the immortal realm, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xue Fian had already met up with Su Tao and the others and joined the battle team. Ao Qian had also told them to gather here today and handle the necessary matters with Chun, Hao, and Si Xian. A battle team had to have a unified schedule and rest schedule. This was the most basic thing. Therefore, it was best to maintain a certain degree of consistency in which teachers' training hall they chose, which mystique and supreme art they learned, and which association they joined. Even if they were different, they had to make sure that most of their free time overlapped. This was the only way to ensure that they could work together in the immortal realm. Qi, Qi, Brother Ling Feng, Brother Ao Qian. Just as the 5 of them stood still, a ray of light flashed from the direction of the guest palace. Su Tao greeted them with a smile. Ha ha, Su Tao, we're on the same side from now on. Just call me Brother Monkey. Ao Qian said boldly. Today, this guy's parted hair was neatly trimmed, and his clothes shone brightly. He looked much more energetic and, of course, much more flamboyant. Yes, Monkey is right. Don't be so distant in the future. Just call me Brother Feng, handsome brother, or Captain. Captain? I think it's more appropriate to call you flamboyant. Even if Sister Yen and I were here, you wouldn't be able to become the captain, let alone Brother Fatty. Monkey, please call me by my full name. Qi, Xue Fian, suddenly appeared and glared at Ao Qian. Good morning, handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Hiss. Chun Hao and Si Xian were like a gust of wind, arriving hand in hand. Hello, Brother Fatty, sister-in-law. Ao Qian, who was feeling awkward, jumped in front of Chun Hao and greeted him excitedly. He looked exactly like a little brother. Even Xue Fian and the original members of the Carnage Battle Team felt a headache coming on, let alone Ling Feng. You're a top genius after all. Although Fatty is more awesome, is there a need to be so admiring? Chapter 1239. Qi. The bright sunlight suddenly disappeared. Chun Hao and the others felt as if they had fallen into endless darkness. Immediately, bright stars rose from the darkness and turned into the disgusting Murong Qianhua in front of everyone's eyes. with a faint smile that was like a spring breeze, a gentle gaze, and a snow-white Taoist robe that fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He nodded at Shui Fian and Si Xian, respectively, and then left. He came in amazement and left gently. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK your mother. Ao Qian, Ling Feng, and Chun Hao almost cursed at the same time. Chun Hao and Ao Qian even raised their middle fingers in the direction of Murong Qianhua's departure at the same time. A despicable person was invincible. Even Chun Hao was a little doubtful that if this continued, he would be disgusted to death by Murong Qianhua, who was unafraid of both soft and hard methods. Such self-restraint, such temperament, and such thick skin. He was definitely the strongest person Chun Hao had ever seen. This son of a bitch, if he didn't show off in front of us, it wouldn't be him. F asterisk CK, Ao Qian said angrily, when I advance to the Supreme of Hongmeng, I will challenge him first. F asterisk CK, I really can't stand it. What a shitty captain of the Starlight Squad. We used to idolize him, but I didn't expect him to be so despicable. Despicable, shameless. He knows that we all hate him, but he deliberately passed by us. Not only that, but he also nodded at sister-in-law Chun-Si and Fian. Disgusting humph. Yin Susu couldn't help but say with a look of contempt. Ha ha. Yes, the most disgusting thing is that he dared to ignore our sister Susu. Chun Hao laughed with a big belly, directly speaking Yin Susu's mind. If it weren't for this, Yin Susu wouldn't have scolded Murong Qianhua. After all, Murong Qianhua had the strength, the talent, and the image. For example, this was the only way to get out of the guest room area. People couldn't avoid it, even if they didn't want to. As for flying like a star, that was his signature move. So it was nothing. The only thing he was thick-skinned about was actually nodding to greet Si Xian and Shui Fian. But it was also this that made Yin Susu extremely unhappy. Although she was not as beautiful as Chun-Si and not as talented as Shui Fian, she was still an outstanding beauty, right? Her talent was also at the top of the list. But Murong Qianhua had turned a blind eye to her from 3 days until now. Was she that bad? It had to be said that no woman would think that she was bad. Even if she was really bad compared to the people around her, no one would think that she was bad by much. Brother Fatty, am I that bad? Yin Susu heard Chun Hao's words and immediately asked, Bad? How? Take a look at how handsome her face is and how supple her skin is. Take a look at her curvy figure, slender waist, and long legs. She is naturally charming. Whether it's appearance or figure, it's enough to put the moon and flowers to shame. Who dares to say that you're bad? Are you blind? The fat man opened his mouth and squinted his small eyes as he looked at Yin Susu up and down. Yin Susu blushed and was full of joy. Although she felt that what the fatty said was true, it was the first time that she had been praised so boldly and directly, so she couldn't help but feel shy. Si Xian despised him in her heart, but she smiled and didn't say anything. She hadn't reached the point where she couldn't even tell if a joke was real or fake. Really? Now that brother fatty said it. I feel that Sister Susu is really beautiful. Ao Qian also widened his eyes and touched the back of his head. His eyes followed Fatty's words and looked at Yin Susu. Monkey, so you didn't think that Susu was beautiful before. Are you blind? Ling Feng's eyes also swept over Yin Susu and immediately looked at Ao Qian. Damn, you're the one who's blind. I just didn't look carefully before and didn't notice it. Didn't notice, didn't feel just blind. You're the same as that pretentious guy. I've long felt that Sister Susu is a flower of carnage. Damn. Wait. Chi. Just as Ling Feng and Ao Qian were about to fight again and couldn't stop, Chen Hao pulled Si Xian and looked at each other and moved together. Xue Fian didn't hesitate at all, but still didn't reveal any emotions. If it wasn't for her monstrous talent and strength, her presence would be almost non-existent. The huge square at the entrance of the University of Taoist Hall was crowded with people. Only a small portion of them were new students, and most of them were old students. Each association was divided into a certain area, and there was an on-site assessment to recruit members. Both new and old students had the qualifications to take the assessment. In fact, most of the old students were here to watch the fun. Only a small portion of them wanted to take part in some association's assessment. Senior brothers, senior sisters, junior brothers and sisters, don't be anxious. Line up in order. Remember, you can't use any runes. What you can do is to integrate your state of mind into it. Also, you have to copy these two works. Regardless of whether you choose calligraphy or painting, it has to be one of these two works. Our evaluation committee will give you an overall score based on your copy. Copy? We have to copy? Can we use the contents of these two works freely? Of course. However, I don't recommend that. Unless you have the confidence to surpass these two works, copying is to test your basic skills. As long as you pass the basic skills, you can naturally become a member of the Painting and Calligraphy Association. However, if you want to use it freely, unless you display enough strength and are recognized by everyone present, you won't be able to pass. You're Fatty Li Yuan. That's right. Fatty Li Yuan held up his big belly and said frankly, the first place they arrived at was the University of Taoist Hall. Only here could they choose the number of compulsory classes and the main lecturer. Once they chose, they couldn't change it. Furthermore, the time was fixed. Of course, this was also what the University of Taoist Hall valued the most. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a compulsory class. It was also because of this that new disciples would usually be the first to arrive here. They would first set the time of the compulsory class, then set the time of the various pavilions. At the same time, it was also because of this reason that after the recruitment every 10 years, this place would become the gathering place for the various large associations to recruit new disciples. Fatty Li? Many people heard the words of the people from the Painting and Calligraphy Association and looked in Fatty Li's direction. This Fatty is Fatty Fart King Li Yuan. The beauty beside him is his Tao companion, the beauty of the everlasting academy, Chun Si. That's Queen of Ice Xue Fian. That's Little Wind King Ling Feng. That's Little Monkey King Ao Qian. The rest are the members of the Carnage Battle team. Someone in the crowd introduced softly to the others. In front of the names of Chen Hao and the rest, there were nicknames. It was definitely an honor for cultivators to be given nicknames. In fact, in most cases, only the top monstrous geniuses in the academy had the possibility of being given nicknames. However, Fatty Li's nickname was actually Fart King. Chapter 1240. The origin of the Fart King was naturally due to the divine technique that Chen Hao had casually mentioned during his battle with Wan Yishui. The so-called but divine technique was actually completely unnecessary. The mysterious runes that were condensed on his, but could be condensed anywhere on his body by Chen Hao. To put it bluntly, it was similar to Xue Fian's physical body. However, Chen Hao's runes were not inherited runes, but condensed by himself and could wander around his body at any time. Chun Si, who was also Si Xian's nickname, directly became the flower of the everlasting academy. There was no way around it. Si Xian, who did not age, was not inferior to Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Hu Meinyang and the others. Moreover, because of her cultivation level, experience, and age, her temperament was better. In addition, the human race had been rich in top-grade beauties since ancient times. After coming to the great world of Xiandi, Si Xian was indeed a top-grade beauty in terms of appearance. She was worthy of being called the flower of the everlasting academy. Xuefian's nickname was Ice Queen. She did not have a primordial body. Most people thought that her position was taken by someone else. She had a cold expression and rarely showed any emotions, so she was called Ice Queen. The word queen in the secular world meant the wife of an emperor, and it was the legal wife. Here, it was used to describe the woman of a true immortal king. Ling Feng, young Lord Feng Ling, and young Lord Fan were two people. The first was naturally his name, which was one of the legendary 8 great true immortal kings who had disappeared, but the order was reversed. In addition to his amazing talent and potential, there was almost no doubt that he would become a true immortal king in the future. Even becoming a king was not impossible. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to be called young Lord Fengling. The second was young Lord Fan, who dared to show off in front of the dean, deputy dean, and a group of big figures with a folding fan. He was definitely the first person in the Dahua school to show off his cool. Ao Qian was called the Little Monkey King because of both his talent and his appearance. In the great world of Xiandi, the Monkey Clan was a powerful clan that was not inferior to the ancient Dragon Clan, especially the king bloodline of the Monkey Clan, which was more violent and powerful than the true Dragon King bloodline. As for Ao Qian, he looked like a monkey and was called Monkey by Fatty Li Yuan and Ling Feng many times in public, so he was naturally called the Little Monkey King. Fatty, Brother Li Yuan, if you wish to join the Painter Association, there's no need for you to take a test. We can make an exception for you. The Painter Association cultivator hurriedly cupped his fists when he received Fatty's confirmation. Now, everyone knew that Fatty, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xuefian, the 4 monstrous geniuses, seemed to have formed a team. Moreover, it seemed like Fatty, who had scored first in the assessment, was the leader. If Fatty joined any association, it would mean that all 4 of them would join at the same time. How great would the impact be? One only needed to look at the true Martial Pavilion's complete victory in the recruitment this time to understand. It doesn't matter if I make an exception or not. I, Fatty, am a natural-born talent in calligraphy and painting. Fatty bro, let's go. What's so good about the Painting and Calligraphy Association? We'll discuss which one to join after the official ceremony. Anyway, Fatty bro, you were born to be a genius of the various large associations. If they don't recruit you, it would be a loss to them, the University of Fine Arts, and even the great world of Xiandi. Let's go. Ao Qian hurriedly pulled Chun Hao back when he saw the Fatty's gaze lingering on the 2 paintings for the examinees to copy for a long time. It seemed like the Fatty was interested in joining in. Fatty, the International Musicians Association is much better than the Painting and Calligraphy Association. Painting and painting are not suitable for us. Ling Feng also stepped forward and said, "Who said that? I, Fatty bro, am a natural-born talent in calligraphy and painting. Of course, in terms of technology, sound waves, ancient martial arts, incantations, and so on, I, Fatty bro, am equally impressive. In short, as long as there are no restrictions, I, Fatty bro, will join all the large associations." Fine. From the looks of it, you don't believe me at all, right? Today, I'll make an exception and let you admire my talent in calligraphy and painting. Uffed. Fatty bro seemed to be a little neurotic. Not only did he not listen to Ao Qian and Ling Feng's suggestions, he even pushed the 2 of them away and went to the back of the queue for the assessment arrogantly. He turned a blind eye to the surrounding cultivators who were watching. Ling Feng and Ao Qian didn't think much of it. After all, they were also flashy and wished that they could attract people's attention at any time. Naturally, they understood Fatty Bro's sensationalism very well. The only thing was that at this moment, when they saw Fatty Bro being serious, it meant that Fatty Bro should have some skills in calligraphy and painting. Fatty Bro, come. I'll let you go first. Fatty Bro, I'll let you go first. Fatty Bro, go first. Crash. There was basically no suspense. The moment Fatty Bro reached the back of the queue, the other cultivators who were waiting for the assessment all turned to the side and let Fatty Bro take the lead without even thinking about it. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, junior brothers and sisters. I'm sorry. Fatty Bro cupped his fists and nodded repeatedly, directly walking to the front of the assessment team. There was a long table condensed from a divine ability. On the table, there was a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. On the left was writing and calligraphy, and on the right was painting. There were only 4 words to be copied in the calligraphy examination: wind, rain, snow, thunder, and wind, rain, snow, and thunder. Basically, it could be completed in a few minutes. Therefore, there was no one testing at the moment. In the drawing seat, there was a young man with an ordinary aura but delicate appearance sitting there. He was halfway through his drawing when he stopped and looked at Chun Hao, who had sat down. The #1 fart king, Fatty Li Yuan, a natural talent in calligraphy and painting, The delicate and pretty youth frowned slightly. There was a hint of disdain in his slanted gaze as he spoke in a strange tone. That laughter made people feel a strong sense of ridicule. Is this guy crazy? Your mother. Fatty Bro was very unhappy, but he didn't explode. He only looked at the other person with disdain. When he saw the half-completed work in front of him, Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Even he couldn't help but secretly praise. In terms of cultivation, it's true that you're a top monstrous genius, but little fatty cultivation talent doesn't mean that you have talent in calligraphy and painting. Similarly, the importance of talent in calligraphy and painting is far from the importance of cultivation talent in cultivation. The delicate and pretty youth said proudly, his tone filled with a lecturing tone. Pretty boy, what do you want to say? What I want to say is very simple. Calligraphy and painting need talent, but that's the most important thing. What it really needs is inheritance and inheritance. It requires years of hard work, or even a lifetime of hard work to accumulate over time and naturally form. Good talent doesn't mean that you can quickly reach a high realm. Continuous hard work, frequent reading, frequent writing, and frequent painting, paying attention to everything, persevering until it's naturally beautiful. That's the highest realm. Remember, calligraphy and painting can't be achieved in a day. There's another point. Like and love, then you have to give them sufficient respect. With your attitude towards calligraphy and painting, the Calligraphy and Painting Association should reject you. Voila! The heck? Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? Ao Qian and Ling Feng were stunned. Even though the young man who spoke was a supreme martial artist of Hongmeng, his aura wasn't strong at all. Among those of the same level, he was at the bottom. But at this moment, when he was lecturing, Chun Hao's expression was like that of a high and mighty emperor, looking down on the world and looking down on everything. Well said. Calligraphy and painting do require time to settle down. Otherwise, no matter how high one's talent is, it would be useless. The painting is also very good. Even though it isn't finished yet, the skill is already showing. It seems very impressive. The judges of the Calligraphy and Painting Association expressed their approval of the young man's words. At the same time, They sized up the other party's unfinished work and confirmed that this young man was definitely a painting expert. Chapter 1241. The young man looked directly at the fatty, who was a little stunned by his words. He shook his head and sighed softly. Then he turned around. In an instant, his expression entered a state of indifference and detachment. His aura was still weak, but there was a subtle change with the brush in his hand. This aura was not produced by any magical laws or energy. It was a pure emotion that came from the depths of his heart. It could be said to be the most realistic portrayal of the young man's current state of mind. The clamor and discussions of the outside world had nothing to do with him. He was already immersed in his own world. Good. Amazing. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in calligraphy and painting among the freshmen. Although he hasn't reached the level of shocking the wind and rain, he's not far from it. Painting is born from the heart, from the brush, and from the paper. It's vivid on the paper and has reached perfection. It's obvious that he has understood the essence of the president's work in his first copy. An expert. In an instant, the young man won the praise of countless people who were proficient in calligraphy and painting. Some of the young ladies who were queuing up for the assessment looked at the handsome young man with stars in their eyes. It could be said that when the young man started to paint, he didn't attract the attention of the crowd at all. This was because the aura emitted by this handsome young man was too weak. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, and more importantly, when the young man was painting, he didn't emit such a weak but subtle aura. Although his painting was not bad, who would think that he was bad? But now, the young man seemed to want to teach the fatty, who disrespected calligraphy and painting, a lesson, so he displayed his highest standard. Pa, 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 wung. Following that, an even more shocking scene appeared. Even Chun Hao, who wanted to see how strong the person who taught him was and how pretentious he was, couldn't help but be immersed in it when his gaze followed the brush in the young man's hand. As the young man's brush moved, it was as if notes were jumping in everyone's hearts. After a few strokes, it was as if lotus flowers were blooming from the young man's brush. Flowers under the brush. Based on Chun Hao's memories from Earth, the phrase blooming flowers under his pen was just an adjective used to describe a scholar's talent and outstanding writing. But now, the delicate and pretty young man had demonstrated a kind of artistic conception that came from the depths of his heart in front of everyone, and it had infected everyone present. At this moment, the image of the handsome young man suddenly became tall and mighty in the eyes of the crowd. His body naturally emitted a golden holy light, as if a painting saint had descended upon him. The judges from the Painter Association were all dumbfounded. When a piece of work was completed, everyone walked out of the young people's artistic conception. At this time, the young man's expression was still meticulous. He gently raised a stream of clear water to clean the set of brushes he had brought with him and put them into his mind space. At this time, the young man looked at Chun Hao again. He didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly indicated that he wanted Chun Hao to start writing. Brother Fatty, that's enough. Painting isn't something that can be mastered overnight. Let's go and get down to business. A.O. Chien said, trying to diffuse the situation. Although A.O. Chien wasn't proficient, he still knew a little and had a good eye. This pretty boy's painting skills were definitely as high as a few mountains, and he indeed had the qualifications to lecture Fatty. In fact, after hearing the young man's lofty words and the profound foundation he displayed in painting, the surrounding cultivators were already convinced. In particular, some of the true lovers of painting and calligraphy felt that the young man's words made sense. The fatty's words and actions were indeed disrespectful and looked down on painting and calligraphy. Fatty, you can't leave. We still want to see what a natural talent in painting is like. Fatty, let's start. We're waiting. Some people jeered. Ha ha. Brother Fatty, you're a top-notch monster in cultivation, but painting isn't as simple as you think. This young man is a true expert. But then again, with your talent, you're naturally much better than the average person if you want to learn painting well. Our Painting and Calligraphy Association can still make an exception and recruit you. As for copying, I think there's no need for that. Everyone, don't make things difficult for Fatty. A cultivator sitting in the middle of the judges suddenly stood up and looked at Chun, Hao, and the young man. The moment this person spoke, the surrounding cultivators stopped jeering and discussing. It was obvious that among the older students, this person was very famous and had a lot of prestige. Without waiting for Chun Hao to speak, the person who stood up looked at the handsome young man and cupped his fists. If I'm not wrong, this brother should be our big star Tang family's Tang. Who, right? Crash. The moment the two words Tang Hu came out, the surrounding cultivators cried out in surprise. The cultivators, who were already shocked by the young man's godly painting skills, all revealed expressions of realization and excitement. Tang Hu. He's actually Tang Hu, the head of the four great scholars. Tang Hu. No wonder he has such exquisite and profound painting skills. A buzzing sound of discussion erupted in the crowd. It's said that our president admires Tang Hu a lot. Isn't that so? The president often copies Tang Hu's works. When he communicates with us, he always mentions it. However, why would he come to our academy and take the test? He's a monstrous genius from a top academy. Yeah, I find it strange too. However, from the looks of it, perhaps the agreement has just expired, and he was poached by our academy with a super high treatment. It's very possible. The ancient disguise technique passed down in the Tang family is really powerful. Do you think this is Tang Hu's true appearance? The Tang family had an ancient disguise technique. Although they were unable to change their body shape and appearance like the Great Change technique, they were able to change their appearance and aura within a small area, which was equivalent to the ultimate state of the Great Change technique. No one would be able to sense it. Therefore, in the Tang family, as long as one had some talent, they would definitely not be ugly. To be exact, they really didn't know what the real appearance was. Who knows? There are at least 80, if not 100 images. How would we know what the real appearance is? I only know that no matter what, from today onwards, this great beauty, the president can forget about it. Hearing the discussions around him, the handsome youth shook his head slightly, then frowned and cupped his fists towards the person who spoke. Brother, you have good eyesight. Could it be that I revealed some traces when I was painting? The young man's words undoubtedly admitted his identity, Tang Hu, and the reason he asked this was because he had concealed his technique when he was painting. Copying, what he had to do was to forget himself. Tang, who was the grandson of the Tang family's patriarch, who had inherited the great scholar's legacy. More than 10,000 years ago, he was known as the head of the four great scholars. As the patriarch of the great scholar's legacy, calligraphy was naturally his specialty. However, to be able to become the head of the four great scholars, just relying on calligraphy was obviously not enough. His attainments in painting and music were also outstanding, not inferior to his calligraphy in the slightest. Chapter 1242. Ha! It's indeed Tang Hu, Brother Tang. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. It's not that I have a good eye, but Brother Tang's attainments in painting have already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. It would be strange if I could still recognize Brother Tang's style when I was copying. Oh, then how did you know that I'm Tang Hu? I'm the vice president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association, Yi Qian. I've received news from the president that Brother Tang has been specially recruited into the Daihua Academy. In the entire Daihua Academy, only our teacher Rulin has such attainments. That's why I guessed that it was you. I see, Tang, who said in realization. He paused for a moment before continuing. Your president must be very close to teacher Rulin for him to know that I'm coming? Of course. Our president is teacher Rulin's direct disciple. Is that so? That's good too. I'm here for teacher Rulin and my brother anyway. Since you're the vice president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association, I'll make it clear today. I, Tang, who will take over the Painting and Calligraphy Association. Someone like Little Fatty, who doesn't have a proper attitude towards painting and calligraphy, must be rejected regardless of his talent. Taking him into the Painting and Calligraphy Association is an insult to the art of painting and calligraphy. Whoosh! Tang, whose words caused another round of exclamations. Well said. Uffed. When Chun Hao heard what he said, he wanted to curse. F***CK. It's fine if you want to show off, but why do you have to target Master Fatty? Although you're quite capable, you can't shit on Master Fatty's head, right? However, just as Fatty was about to fly into a rage, the void suddenly darkened. Immediately, a figure stepped on the stars and came over. He cupped his fists at Tang, who from afar and echoed. The familiar voice and the familiar way of showing off made Chun Hao shut his mouth temporarily. Captain, uffed. When Tang, who saw Murong Qianhua's dazzling appearance, his delicate but cold and domineering expression immediately turned into a pleasantly surprised one. He leaped toward Murong Qianhua and said excitedly, Captain, I've finally seen you in person. Ha ha. Third brother, is the person I saw you in person? Of course. Last night, little brother from the celestial world space promised you that he would show his real face. Of course, it's true. Well, although this looks a little strange, it suits your identity as the head of the 4 great talents and the top genius of the top academy. Murong Qianhua praised with a smile. Big brother, in front of you, don't talk about being the leader of the 4 great scholars, and don't even talk about the top academies. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to become the leader of the 4 great scholars. As for the top academies, big brother, if you weren't a direct descendant of Dehua, you would have been able to enter even if it was the #1 academy of the immortal emperor. There's no need to be humble. Big brother's attainments in painting and calligraphy are indeed not as good as yours. Murong Qianhua's smile grew wider. What surprised many people was that Tang, who, the leader of the great 4 scholars, who had been in the top academy for more than 10,000 years, was actually buddies with the captain of the Starlight battle team, Murong Qianhua. Moreover, from their conversation, Tang, who was ranked 3rd, and Murong Qianhua was the eldest. However, the cultivators who had some understanding of the Starlight Squad immediately knew Tang, whose name in the immortal realm, as well as his position in the Starlight Squad. Su Tao and the others from the Carnage Battle team were even more stunned. On the other hand, Murong Qianhua and Tang, who were complimenting each other and chatting affectionately, they completely ignored the people around them and didn't even look at Fatty. It was as if Tang, whose words against Fatty had not been said at all. F***CK. La. G. Wall. No wonder he was against me. It turns out that he's in cahoots with this be *starred. F***CK. Fatty, who had been holding back his words, finally understood at this moment. The fat on Fatty's face trembled slightly. He squinted his small eyes and looked at the 2 fellows who were still complimenting each other as if there was no one else around. He reached out and picked up the writing brush on the table. Ha ha! At this moment, A loud laugh suddenly broke through the air. Big brother. Third brother, no matter what, he's still the number one of this year's Daluo Golden Wonderland. His assessment results are also a rare existence in Dehua Academy. Although his character and virtue are a little bad, you can't ignore it too much, right? Look at his eyes. It's as if they're about to burst into flames. Aya, I still have to write. Could it be that he's really a natural talent in calligraphy and painting? I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do. I'll wait and see. Second brother. Morong Qianhua seemed to be extremely surprised. Second brother. Ha ha ha. Tanghu chuckled. He was relatively calm, as if he had already known that the other party would come. Big brother, don't be surprised. Third brother has long wanted to come to the Hua Academy for teacher Ruolin, and your appearance has made him determined to come. We've already discussed it before. Since third brother is coming, how can the three of us be absent? From now on, we're not just roaming the celestial world. Ha ha ha. Second brother, you're from the Hua Academy. Big brother, stop. I've already been in the Hua Academy for 1,000 years. I've enjoyed everything that I can. The only thing that can really improve myself is still my own conditions and experience. The treatment is not very important to me. The most important thing is to shine the light of the stars on the great world of CND and embark on the road to becoming an immortal emperor. The three of them talked loudly and changed the topic again. They were blatantly telling everyone that little fatty Li Yuan was nothing in their eyes. Their seemingly casual conversation revealed an aura of superiority. The moment they opened their mouths, they talked about top academies, Dehua Academy, and the four great talents. They were high-end and classy, making everyone envious and jealous. Even Chun Hao was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a talent from a top academy would come. Moreover, it was a person from Dehua Academy. Dehua Academy was the only one in the great world of CND who had this name. Moreover, it was the number one academy among the top academies. Si Xian, who originally didn't care about the fatties' nonsense, became slightly nervous at this moment. The violent Ao Qian, the flamboyant Ling Feng, and even the expressionless Xue Fian, who had joined the Carnage battle team, frowned. Their eyes shone brightly and became serious. The original members of the Carnage battle team, Su Tao, and the rest felt even more pressure. They already knew that the Starlight battle team was powerful, but they didn't expect that they would be so powerful after hiding their identities in the celestial world. At the same time, they also understood that the reason why the Starlight battle team was known as the number one battle team in the Great Transforming Star was because of these two demonic talents. Tang, whose secret technique of disguising one's aura was hidden even from Chun Hao, who didn't use his fiery golden eyes. However, this cultivator from Dehua Academy, who was ranked second, didn't hide his aura at all. He gave off the feeling that he wasn't any weaker than Morong Qianhua. Second update. Sorry, the fatty used the name Li Yuan, not Li Yang. It was a typo and has been corrected. Chapter 1243. This is Xian Yuanshan from the Xian Yuan family. Nonsense. In the past 1,000 years, only Xian Yuanshan has reached the first academy in our great transforming star. Who doesn't know that he is Xian Yuanshan? Although the identity of the second who appeared was not mentioned, the people present easily confirmed his identity based on his realm life aura, and the fact that he was a disciple of the first academy of the Immortal Emperor and a member of the Starlight Squad. The disciples of the first academy of the Immortal Emperor were all from the 3,000 main planets of the great world of CND. As one of the 3,000 main planets, the great planet naturally had monstrous geniuses who became disciples of the first academy of the immortal emperor. However, Daluo Jingxian and Supreme Hongmeng were two cultivators who belonged to the young category. There might not even be one in 1,000 years. After all, the first academy, which stood out from the 100 top academies, would not absorb so many people like the first-rate academies. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. All the newly recruited disciples were top existences in the top academies. Who didn't know Xian Yuanchen, who was famous in the great transforming star 1,000 years ago? Similarly, the teams in the immortal world space were divided by the main planets they came from. Since this second could be a member of the Starlight Squad, he was undoubtedly from the great transforming star. When these points were combined, the result was obvious. The loud talk of Murong Qianhua and the other two resounded in the ears of every cultivator, attracting everyone's attention. The appearance of Xian Yuanchen and Tang, who made everyone have a clearer understanding of Murong Qianhua's strength. The green leaves that were willing to submit to him and set him off were such powerful figures. How strong was he? Fatty was slightly surprised and unhappy at the same time. Whether it was the god of slaughter Chun Hao or the current fart king Li Yuan, when would Fatty's limelight be overshadowed by others? Now, Fatty was holding the pen, but there was not even a spectator. How could he achieve his goal in such a situation? Fatty naturally could not write for a long time. Whoosh! Noisy! Just as Fatty was waiting gloomily, Ling Feng, who was frowning and pondering, suddenly opened his folding fan with a whoosh and reprimanded in the direction of the three people at the same time. Don't you see what Fatty is trying to do? This is the examination ground of the Painting and Calligraphy Association. It's not a place for you to flatter each other and show off in front of everyone. Have some self-awareness, all right? Ling Feng waved his folding fan lightly and walked out from the crowd. He walked toward the long table where the Painting and Calligraphy Association's examination was held. What are you? Do you think you have the right to tell us what to do? F*CK. Who do you think you are? You think you're so awesome? Bah! Since all of you are bragging by the side, no one will care about you. This is the examination hall of the Painter Association. Do you understand? The image shows us brothers. Understand? What's there to be proud of? Top academy, 4 great scholars, #1 academy. So what? Bah! Before Ling Feng could say anything, Ao Qian jumped up with a bang and said with disdain and hostility, "Reckless fool." Boom. The second brother, Xian Yuanchen, said sternly. At the same time, all the hair on his body suddenly stood up. A majestic and terrifying pressure directly pressed down on Ao Qian and Ling Feng, who had stepped forward. Second brother, Murong Qianhua, called out casually, "Big brother, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything. This kind of clown, thank goodness you're aloof and don't lower yourself to their level. But this kind of person doesn't want face. I'll help you teach him a lesson." Xian Yuanchen said proudly. Murong Qianhua shook his head slightly and said with a helpless smile, "Second brother, you're impulsive. Why do you have to lower yourself to the level of such people? Forget it. It's up to you." The two of them echoed each other, and it was really impressive to the extreme. However, it had to be said that the pressure released by Xian Yuanchen, who was at the peak of the Grand Miss Supremacy realm, was very terrifying. However, although Ling Feng and Ao Qian from the Daluo Golden Wonderland were top geniuses, so was the other party. Moreover, they were from the #1 academy, the strongest academy in the great world of Xiandi. How could they be weak? Therefore, Ling Feng and Ao Qian were imprisoned by Xian Yuanchen's pressure in an instant. although Xian Yuanchen had a sense of propriety, and the two of them would not be injured, the sudden pressure on their bodies and souls caused them to fall into a painful struggle. In the situation where they were all top geniuses, the gap of a large realm was indeed not something that Ling Feng and Ao Qian could contend with. F***CKU. How dare you threaten me? Don't force me. Boom. At this time, Ling Feng actually stroked the hair on his forehead and said with a cold gaze, "Ha ha ha. How dare you provoke us and my big brother? You don't know your place. If it weren't for the restriction of the rules, I, Xian Yuanchen, could kill you with one slap. And this pig, boom, 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 boom." Just as Xian Yuanchen finished speaking, Si Xian took a step forward. Si Xian was the only one from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm among them. Ling Feng and Ao Qian stood up for Chun Hao. How could she not stand up? Xue Fian stepped out almost at the same time as Si Xian. Then Su Tao and the other 5 members of the Carnage Battle team took a deep breath and followed. However, Chun Hao, who was the closest to Ling Feng and Ao Qian and was known as the Pig, was even faster. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. Fatty's fat jiggled, but his mountain-like figure appeared in front of Ling Feng and Ao Qian. At the same time, his meaty hands turned into 5 phantoms, blocking Su Tao and the other 5 who were about to rush into the range of pressure to lighten Ling Feng and Ao Qian's burden. It's just pressure. With me here, what's the hurry? Don't use your trump card when you're impulsive. That thing is prepared for the life and death realm. Put it away. Fatty looked at Ling Feng and Ao Qian and transmitted his voice. He looked relaxed, as if he was not affected by the pressure at all. Ling Feng and Ao Qian were stunned. However, Fatty did not give them a chance to speak. He turned to Su Tao and the others and transmitted his voice. This is not the time to test the unity of the battle team. There will be no life and death. Are you looking for trouble? Just stand aside. You guys go out too. Men solve men's problems. This time, Fatty did not transmit his voice, but said directly. Si Xian didn't think much of it. Even she didn't know how strong the unfathomable Fatty was. Even if the other party was very, very strong and a whole realm higher, Si Xian didn't take it to heart. He could escape from the Thunder Dragon King, who was at the 4th level of Cutting Path, true immortal. Even if the Thunder Dragon King's talent was not as good as Xian Yuanchen's, his realm was much higher. How could he be worse than Xian Yuanchen? At least, Si Xian felt that the strength of the pressure was very different. When Xue Fian heard Chun Hao's words, she frowned slightly. She was obviously unhappy. She glared at Chun Hao and ignored him, standing there motionless. Fatty shrugged indifferently and turned to look at Murong Qianhua. Yes, he was looking at Murong Qianhua, not Xian Yuanchen, who was interested and wanted to see how Chun Hao would do. Chapter 1244. Your brother? It seems that you don't take what I said to you last time seriously. Chi. As the fatty spoke, he made a grabbing motion in the direction of the Painter Association's testing table, and the chair appeared before him. At the same time, he dipped the brush in his hand into the ink. Are you serious? The fatty's action stunned the surrounding cultivators. They all widened their eyes in shock. Xian Yuanchen's coercion had not been removed. Judging from the auras and expressions of Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xue Fian, it was obvious that Xian Yuanchen's coercion was very strong. However, the fatty, whose fat was trembling, did not release any aura to resist the coercion. Instead, he pulled the examination table in front of him and dipped it into the ink calmly. It was as if the coercion had no effect on him. Are you talking to me? Murong Qianhua frowned. Doggy, you're so naughty. Didn't you transform into a human and speak a long time ago? I said that I can't stand dogs biting people. Take care of your brother. Don't come out and bite him. Otherwise, if I accidentally hit him too hard, he will die. Why don't you listen? Do you think these two dogs are more powerful than the last one? Do you think you can intimidate me with some bullsh *T coercion? The fatty's fat hand twirled the brush with his thumb and index finger. After dipping it into the black ink slab, he gently stroked the tip of the brush on the edge of the ink slab and squinted. Other than the fatty's voice, everyone else was silent. The fatty, who seemed to be playing it down, actually shocked everyone. No one cared about the fatty's non-standard or stupid way of holding the brush, especially Xian Yuanchen, who was even more shocked. He naturally knew how strong the coercion he released was. Furthermore, he had already shifted the center of his pressure onto Fatty and was increasing it continuously. However, Fatty, who clearly did not put up any resistance, was not affected at all. Even the hand holding the pen did not tremble in the slightest. If it were not for Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xue Fian, everyone would have suspected that the fatty could not withstand Xian Yuanchen's coercion. Everyone could not help but be shocked. Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, and the members of the Carnage Battle team recalled what Fatty had said to Ao Qian after the endurance test. Back then, Ao Qian had asked Fatty how long he could last. Fatty had first stretched out 3 fingers, then 5. Ao Qian had guessed that Fatty could last for 3 to 5 hours, but Fatty had denied it and concluded that it was 3 to 5 minutes. He didn't believe Fatty's roar of 3 to 5 days at all. And now, I don't care if you believe it or not, but I do. This was what Ao Qian and the others thought. It was only at this moment that they realized that Fatty's ability to withstand pressure far exceeded their imagination. You're really good at pretending. Don't hold it in and get internal injuries. That's not my responsibility, Xian Yuanchen said, quietly increasing his pressure. As long as one did not make a move, and at the same time controlled the intensity of the fire, and did not cause any substantial harm to the cultivator, there was no problem in the academy. You can't hurt people, but you can humiliate them. This was similar to verbal insults. Intensifying the conflict and increasing the conflict was also a factor that promoted the improvement of the cultivator. It was also because of this that Xian Yuanchen dared to do this. Vulgar. Just like what Big Brother said, you're just a petty person who likes to flaunt your tongue. He did have the strength, but this kind of conduct really made people not dare to compliment him. Words reflect the person. Don't come out and make a fool of yourself, so as to avoid insulting everyone's eyes and wasting paper and ink. After a short period of shock, the head of the 4 great scholars, Tang Hu, stared at Chun Hao with a gaze filled with disdain as he spoke. Boom. Whoosh. Just as Tang Hu finished speaking, Fatty's eyes suddenly shot out a crystal light, like 2 laser beams looking straight at him. At this moment, Tang Hu felt as if his eyes had been blinded, and there was a loud bang in his head. In an instant, the entire world seemed to have turned into a world of raging winds. Wind. Tang Hu almost whispered, and let out a syllable from his roar. The surrounding people did not feel anything at first, and did not see any abnormalities in Fatty's eyes. The only thing they saw was that after Fatty glanced at Tang, who with a smile full of disdain and contempt, the hand that was holding the brush suddenly changed into an authentic gesture of holding a brush, and the full tip of the brush suddenly fell. But the moment Tang Hu said the word wind, everyone's mind was captured by the artistic conception that blossomed from Fatty's brush. There was no blossoming from the brush, but the artistic conception of raging winds was like a new world that appeared under Fatty's brush. The brush was full of ink, and the force penetrated the back of the paper. The artistic conception of the raging winds was vividly reflected in the flamboyant wind character. Fatty did not stop. Different artistic conceptions of the word wind were born under his brush. Raging wind, storm, whirlwind, breeze, even warm wind, cool wind, cold wind, hot wind, and other wind that affected one's mood were performed by the focused Fatty under his brush. Words from the heart, words like a painting, words like a painting. Vice President Yi Qian, who was proficient in calligraphy, and the judges all stared at Fatty's brush and muttered to themselves, words like a painting. On the surface, it meant that the words were beautiful like a painting, but the meaning contained here was not so simple. Instead, the state of mind revealed in the words made the surrounding cultivators involuntarily fall into its artistic conception. It was like a dream, an illusion, and a painting. Although this did not reach the realm of blossoming flowers under Tang, whose brush the artistic conception revealed was not inferior to Tang Hu's at all. It was just that Tang, who was painting, and Fatty was writing. What was even more shocking was that Fatty, who could not use divine powers and could only write with the most basic ability of mortals, actually displayed a strong foundation and skill. The lines under his brush could not be completely described by using force to penetrate the back of the paper. The reason was that it presented a three-dimensional feeling. If anyone knew that Chun Hao had been practicing the carving technique that his father had taught him since he was young, it would not be strange. That was the heart formula that restrained all energy and allowed one's body and mind to integrate with all things in the world. What was the most important thing about such a heart formula? The state of mind that integrated with all things in the world. When had Chun Hao ever stopped practicing since he was young? Every flight that integrated with all things in the world was equivalent to a practice of the carving technique. The texture of the life trajectory of all things would clearly appear in his mind. It was normal for such a state of mind to integrate into the tip of his brush and produce such an amazing effect. His Xian Yuanchen, who was increasing the strength of his pressure and wanted to make Fatty unable to continue pretending, forgot to continue under the influence of Chun Hao's brush strokes, causing the pressure to dissipate. After Fatty wrote more than 10 artistic conceptions of the word wind, he suddenly raised the tip of his brush, suspended in the air for a breath, and fell again. Chapter 1245. Voila! The word rain was formed like a torrential downpour. Then, like the word wind, the Fatty wrote all kinds of artistic conceptions. What was even more amazing was that every word rain echoed with the previous word wind. A gale against a torrential rain, a breeze against a drizzle. It was natural, and the brush intent was continuous. When the word snow was formed, the world was white and spotless. The fluttering snowflakes filled the world and were wrapped in silver. The artistic conception contained made everyone present feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They turned into snow elves, dancing between heaven and earth. Crack! The tip of the brush turned rapidly, and like thunder descending, the word thunder came crashing down. Before everyone's state of mind could come out of the ice and snow, it suddenly turned into the sound of thunder. The rumbling of winter thunder was rare. However, under Chun Hao's brush intent, it was as if it was natural and continuous. What made many people cry out in surprise was that the lightning that poured down actually gave people a momentum, as if the 9 levels of heavenly punishment were descending. Good writing. The artistic conception is natural. It's really wonderful. His skills are also very deep. Without tens of thousands of years. Cough, cough, the Fatty is only very young. It seems that he is indeed a natural talent in calligraphy and painting. That's right, that's right. Especially, he even withstood Xian Yuanshan's pressure at the beginning. It's really incredible. I think the nickname of the Fart King has been changed. The fatty looks unrestrained and frivolous on the surface, but his words are like his person. How can he be a rough person if he can reach the realm of calligraphy and painting? Countless exclamations of admiration erupted from the crowd. No one expected the fatty's calligraphy level to be so high, especially with the fatty's age. It was impossible for him to have a long accumulation of foundation and skills. The only explanation was that the fatty's talent in calligraphy and painting was extraordinary. 1 year was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of work for others. A natural talent in calligraphy and painting. Originally, everyone treated it as a joke, but now, good writing. It's really rare to be able to write such an artistic conception and novelty. Tang Hu, have underestimated you. After Tang Hu withdrew his gaze from the fatty's words, he looked at the fatty and said, "But is this really calligraphy?" Tang, whose words stunned many people present. If this was not calligraphy, then what was it? Even the fatty looked at Tang, who in surprise. Rather than saying that your calligraphy is like a painting, it would be better to say that your calligraphy is like a painting. Calligraphy. True calligraphy did not rely on such fancy techniques to forcefully gain an artistic conception. Calligraphy was like the Tao, and the Tao followed nature. It is indescribably wondrous, returning to one's original simplicity. Within the formlessness and formlessness, one's true intent is fully revealed. This is the true artistic conception of calligraphy. Tang Hu spoke frankly with assurance. His imposing manner was overbearing. The imposing manner of the leader of the 4 great scholars was fully displayed. At first, everyone only felt that it was good and could not see any flaws at all. However, after hearing Tang Hu's words and taking a closer look, they immediately felt that it was really the case. Indeed, it wasn't the legendary picturesque calligraphy, but the wondrous artistic conception brought about by the picturesque calligraphy. This was equivalent to putting the cart before the horse. In the end, he was at a disadvantage. It was just like some of the picturesque calligraphy works on Earth that deliberately used pictographs to express themselves. Although they were beautiful, they were still considered sensationalist and not the embodiment of true skill. Well said, young Master Tang. At this moment, a gentle, pleasant, elegant, and ladylike voice suddenly descended from the void, followed by 2 figures. Teacher Rulin. Hello, Teacher Rulin. Hello, President. F***CK. What a beautiful woman. What a beautiful woman. The 2 figures broke through the void and descended, directly causing the crowd to explode. The cultivators, who were originally queuing up for the examination in other associations, could not care less at this moment. The examinees had already run over. What was there for them to queue for? 2 people, 1 woman, the other woman. The person who spoke was the woman, the teacher with the highest attainment in calligraphy and painting in the Department of Dahua, Teacher Rulin. The woman's brows were thin and curved like willow leaves. Her eyes were clear and flawless like cut water, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. Her beautiful black hair was tied up high, and inserted into it was simple and elegant with a purple phoenix pattern wooden hairpin. It was simple and plain, but not lacking in elegance, accentuating the woman's elegance. Moreover, she looked like she was only 27 or 28 years old. If she were in the secular world, she would definitely be a beautiful young woman who would cause one's imagination to run wild. The woman holding Teacher Rulin's arm was the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, Jiang Xiaoyu. She was also a beautiful woman with a graceful temperament and charming eyebrows. She was quick-witted and elegant, quite moving. Ling Feng and Ao Qian stared straight at her. Tang, who, the gigolo, looked as if he had lost his soul as he stared straight at Teacher Rulin. Xian Yuanshen's gaze wandered between the two of them, revealing his amazement. Morong Qianhua, the birdman's eyes were full of vigor, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an arrogant smile. He nodded slightly at Teacher Rulin and Jiang Xiaoyu. The only person who could be considered normal was Fatty. After all, Fatty had seen all kinds of beauties. Moreover, these two women, in terms of appearance and temperament, Xi Xian was not inferior to them at all. There was no possibility of her stunning Chen Hao, only a frown. The reason was very simple. If a woman praised the enemy, wouldn't she also belittle Fatty? Young Masterly Yuan wrote equally well. It can be said to be amazing and unique. Such a style is rare in the great world of Xiendi. You don't have to pay attention to what young Master Tang said just now. Success will come naturally. As your cultivation deepens, the auxiliary skills and forms of the side branches will naturally evolve into formless and formless. You win with the intent of the brush. Just let nature take its course. You are very young, but to have such a level, you can't be described as a natural talent in calligraphy and painting. It should be said that you are a natural talent in calligraphy and painting. Fatty was stunned. She actually praised him? How should I address you, fairy sister? Fatty returned to normal after being stunned for a moment. Although he heard the surrounding cultivators addressing the beautiful woman, he still covered his mouth with honey and cupped his fists and asked. Fatty's thoughts were very simple. He would not pay for it, even if he died. Teacher Rulin. Fatty clearly heard that the gigolo Tang, who had just said that he was here for Rulin. Chun Hao originally thought that Teacher Rulin should be a woman, but he didn't expect her to be a married woman. It could only be said that the gigolo Tang, whose taste was a little heavy, but it didn't matter. Fatty didn't care, as long as he could disgust this arrogant guy. How could Fatty let go of such an opportunity? Fairy sister? Young Masterly? Fairy sister, just call me Fatty. Young Master, I can't take it. Fatty waved his hand and said straightforwardly. Rulin was slightly stunned, but immediately smiled and said, That's fine. Little Fatty, you can call me Teacher Rulin, but not elder sister. I am 100 times, no, 1,000 times older than you. Weight is not a matter of distance, and age is not a problem. Teacher Rulin has a face that can outshine the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that can captivate fish and beasts, like an orchid in an empty valley, elegant and refined. You are a fairy sister who has descended to the mortal world. Fatty naturally has to address Teacher Rulin as elder sister goddess. Fatty was full of praises. Chapter 1246. You little Fatty, do as you please, Rulin said with a smile. She was in a good mood. She had met many people who praised her in public, but this was the first time she had met someone who was as direct as little Fatty. More importantly, Rulin liked the phrase, orchid in an empty valley, elegant and refined very much. Yes, fairy sister. Wait a moment. Whoosh. Just as everyone was staring at each other in admiration of Fatty's courage, eloquence, and flattery, Fatty suddenly spoke up. At the same time, he waved his hand and drew a set of painting tools to his side. Little Fatty, you want to paint me? Rulin's interest was immediately piqued as she stared at Fatty with great interest. Sister, I'm a natural-born talent in painting and painting. Copying won't show my specialty. Don't worry, it'll be quick. After the Fatty finished speaking with a harmless smile on his face, his beady eyes shone brightly. He stared deeply at Miss Rulin for a full 10 seconds before closing his eyes. His entire being became solemn and dignified, as if he wanted to imprint Miss Rulin's appearance in his mind. After another 10 seconds, the fatty abruptly opened his eyes. He picked up the brush, dipped it in the paint, and began writing in one go. There was no aura of supernatural powers or laws, nor was there any use of energy. At this moment, Fatty gave everyone the feeling that he had blended into the world and was immersed in the art of painting. The brushes alternated between Fatty's hands, and Rulin's figure was born on the chien paper bit by bit through Fatty's brushes. It was as if there was a three-dimensional effect. Even though he had not completed the most important part, the face, the experts could tell that Fatty's painting skills were also on a different level. He could definitely be described as a natural-born talent in painting whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brush moved extremely smoothly. Fatty's expression was focused as he began to paint the facial features. The surrounding cultivators stared at him with rapt attention. Among them, the painting experts were so excited that they trembled slightly, no matter how they looked at it. This was going to be a top-notch portrait, especially since the person he painted was a famous person in the world of painting and calligraphy. The facial features and expressions were vivid and lifelike. Fatty left the most difficult part, the eyes, for last. When everything was done and only the eyes were left, Fatty suddenly paused. For the first time since he started painting, he raised his head to look at Miss Ruolin, looked straight in the eyes. Ruolin smiled and looked at Chun Hao. She did not avoid his gaze at all. She was also looking forward to seeing what would happen after little Fatty's work was completed. By now, Ruolin was certain that the little Fatty's calligraphy and painting were the same. They both had their own distinct characteristics. Other than the lack of time and accumulation, he had almost reached a state of perfection. Little Fatty's eyes. However, after looking at him for 3 seconds, Ruolin was slightly surprised. The little Fatty's pitch-black eyes were as vast and boundless as the starry sky, causing Ruolin's heart to feel as if it had been plunged into an endless vortex. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that Fatty lowered his head. Both of his hands moved at the same time, and the 2 brushes began to descend at the same time. Wong! Voila! Ah, so beautiful! So real! This, is she alive? All the cultivators present widened their eyes in shock. They were not surprised by Fatty's ability to draw left and right. That was not rare. Instead, they were surprised by the subtle changes that took place after the 2 eyes were completed. Like an orchid in an empty valley, an elegant and refined temperament was released clearly, causing the painting to become vivid as if it had come to life. Awesome! Awesome! Fat bro, my dear brother, my idol, I'm ashamed. I actually thought that Fat bro was bragging. I didn't expect that his attainments in calligraphy and painting were actually so awesome. A.O. Chen praised inwardly, almost bowing down in worship. F***CK, that damn Fatty. I don't believe that I can't beat him. Rub, rub, rub. Humph, in the International Musicians Association, I'm definitely invincible. Ling Feng widened his eyes in pain. Si Xian, on the other hand, was smiling. She didn't reveal any strange expression. Although she knew that the shameless Fatty was obviously angering someone and taking liberties with a beauty, she didn't feel too much about it. After all, the current Fatty was already much better than the killing god Chun Hao back then. Could it be that he didn't let Chen Shui and the others have a few more Dao companions? Shui Fian's face was still cold, and no emotions could be seen. Su Tao Yin Susu and the others from the Carnage Battle team were naturally as stunned as A.O. Chen. At this time, Tang, who clenched his fists tightly and blue veins appeared on his delicate face. "I'm here for Rulin" was announced by him in public. Who didn't know that? But the shameless fatty called Rulin fairy sister and praised her in public. After all, that was the truth. In Tang Hu's eyes, Rulin was the most beautiful woman in the world. No words could describe her. But the little fatty actually dared to draw teacher Rulin. It was fine to draw, but his drawing was so damn good. It was fine, but he actually surprised teacher Rulin. But Tang Hu, was the head of the 4 great talents. Naturally, he had to care about his image and could not fly into a rage at this time. Murong Qianhua looked at Fatty's gaze. On the surface, there was no change, but in his heart, there was a trace of seriousness. Although this was only in calligraphy and painting and not in combat talent, it could also reflect Fatty's abnormality from the side. This would be a difficult opponent. Although Fatty was still a level lower than him, if Fatty caught up, Murong Qianhua had no confidence in who would win. "Fatty, sister, wait a little longer," Rulin couldn't help but say when Fatty stared at the completed painting for a long time. But she was interrupted by Fatty as soon as she opened her mouth. It was also at this time that Fatty waved his brush. There is a beauty in Dahua, peerless and independent. With a glance, she could topple a city. With another glance, she could topple a country. Li Yuan. When Fatty's brush added a famous sentence that was widely spread on earth in small semi-cursive characters on the upper right side of the painting, Rulin and the surrounding cultivators all murmured. Their expressions became intoxicated, and there was endless aftertaste. Good words. Good words. Perfect work. Finally, someone shouted excitedly. "Pa!" Chun Hao took out a seal from somewhere and stamped it below the signature. "Fairy sister, this is for you." He. Fatty picked up the painting with a silly smile and handed it to Rulin. Using the painting as a cover, Fatty's gaze looked at Tang, who was showing off in front of him, and returned it with a he. "Fatty, don't use the word fairy. It'll make people laugh. Call me Sister Rulin. This is the best gift I've received." "Thank you," Rulin said with a smile, took it gently, and stared at Fatty. "Fatty, I, as the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, invite you to be a guest teacher of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. You can come to our Calligraphy and Painting Association at any time and enjoy all the benefits of the association." Chapter 1247. The words of Jiang Xiaoyu, the president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association, shocked the surrounding cultivators. How could ordinary people have the right to be a guest teacher? To any cultivator, this was an unparalleled honor and something that would bring them face Ling Feng, Eo Qian, Su Tao, and the others all looked at Fatty with envy, jealousy, and hatred, not to mention the others. Anyone would agree to such a good thing. However, Fatty was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Beauty, what are the conditions?" "You just need to participate in the important activities of the association. Other than that, there are no other conditions. You won't be restricted from joining other associations. You're a guest teacher." President Jiang Xiaoyu seemed to know about Fatty's ambition and said what was on Fatty's mind. "That's great. Fatty will naturally obey the invitation of a beauty." "That's good. Teacher Fatty, please give me your guidance and exchange ideas in the future. The Painting and Calligraphy Association welcomes you at any time," Jiang Xiaoyu said with a smile. Without waiting for Chun Hao's reply, she looked at Tang Hu, and her eyes became even brighter. Her pretty face even blushed. She said, "Young Master Tang, Xiaoyu has heard a lot about you. It's an honor to meet you today. Your painting and calligraphy works are often studied by Xiaoyu and the members of the association. Are you willing to be a guest teacher of the Painting and Calligraphy Association? Miss Xiaoyu, you're too polite. I'm most willing to contribute to spreading the art of painting and calligraphy. However, I won't be a guest teacher. Pardon me for being blunt, but the position of president of any association is taken up by the capable. The Painting and Calligraphy Association is no exception, right? Tang Hu said in a deep voice. This guy had a delicate appearance. Even when he was acting cool, he gave off a good impression. However, at this moment, his expression was obviously very cold and arrogant, especially when he looked at Jiang Xiaoyu. There was a faint disdain in his eyes. There was no helping it. This guy was so angry that he suffered internal injuries. Putting aside the fact that Fatty was in the limelight, he had even won Teacher Rulin's favor. This already made him very unhappy. However, Jiang Xiaoyu actually invited Fatty to be a guest teacher of the Painting and Calligraphy Association. This made him completely furious. Previously, he had said in public that he wanted to take down the Painting and Calligraphy Association and stop Fatty from entering the association. Since Jiang Xiaoyu was here, how could the vice president not have reported it? Therefore, when he saw that the president was a delicate woman, he, who didn't want to be too direct, decided to speak directly. Of course, only those who are capable. Jiang Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. She looked a little disappointed. For a long time, Tang Hu, the leader of the Four Great Talents, had been her idol. This was the first time she had seen him in person. Whether or not he was disguised by the Tang family's ancient disguise technique, his appearance still made her heart tremble. She deliberately talked to the fatty first to adjust her nervous and excited mood before talking to Tang Hu. Even so, she was still a little nervous. But he didn't expect that the beloved daughter of heaven would be treated so coldly by her idol. Young Master Tang, do you wish to be the president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association? Ruo Lan frowned slightly and asked as she looked at Tang Hu. Teacher Rulin. Yes. Ruolin's sudden interruption caused Tang Hu to be slightly stunned. He understood that he was a little impulsive, but after looking at the goddess in his heart, Tang Hu still said firmly, becoming the president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association meant that he would have more opportunities to interact with Teacher Rulin. This was because Teacher Rulin, the #1 painter in Dahua Academy, was the teacher in charge of the Painting and Calligraphy Association. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, if he became the president of the Painting and Calligraphy Association, he would have the final say in all the activities of the association. Fatty, as a guest teacher? It's cooler over there. Go away. Young Master Tang, I'll let you. Jiang Xiaoyu adjusted her mood after a short period of disappointment. She looked at Tang Hu again and said directly, Xiaoyu. Ruo Lan pulled Jiang Xiaoyu's hand and said, Are you confused? The president of the association isn't something that you can give up just because you want to. Only those who are capable can take up the position. There's also a time limit. Similarly, those who are capable have to be recognized by the members. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? Young Master Tang, if you really want to, then join the association. During the 100-year election, your chances should be very high. Students of the academy will make an exception for guest teachers. You have the right to compete too. All right, since that's the case, then I'll be a guest teacher for the time being. Teacher Rulin, I hope that we can have an exchange when we have time. Of course, after the new student recruitment, this time, the Painting and Calligraphy Association will have an exchange meeting. Teacher will participate. Ruo Lan smiled. She didn't hide anything from Tang Hu. On the contrary, she looked at Tang Hu with eyes full of admiration. However, this kind of admiration made Tang Hu feel even more depressed. No matter how he looked at it, it was like an elder's gaze of encouragement for a little brat. This wasn't what he wanted. Xiaoyu, let's go. Little fatty, during the exchange meeting, I'll give you a gift in return. You have to go. Oh, right, the president just gave an order. In the future, any disciple who is in the top 10 will be able to join any association unconditionally. There won't be any restrictions on repeatedly joining. Teacher Ruolin pulled Jiang Xiaoyu, who was a little disappointed, and rose into the air. What made Fatty show an extremely exaggerated expression of being overwhelmed by favor was that Teacher Ruolin didn't conceal what she said to Fatty through telepathy. TSK, 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 a gift in return. Ah, the top 10 aren't restricted? That's great. This way, a multi-talented genius like me can freely perform. Ao Qian said. Everyone was equally surprised. Could the president have given this order because of Fatty, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, Morong Qianhua, and the others? This was an unprecedented change. After all, the major associations restricted repeated joining because they considered a person's energy. No matter how strong one's talent was, any association involved a large amount of time and energy. There were specializations in each field, and it wasn't a good thing to have too many miscellaneous things. However, now disciples who were in the top 10 could join repeatedly. Big brother, second brother, let's all join. Of course. That clown is so arrogant. Let's all join. With us 3 brothers together. Who can steal our providence? Humph. Third brother. You also have times when you're impulsive. Fortunately, Teacher Ruolin didn't show anything. Big brother. I can't help it. This fatty, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Making an exception, right? Let's join, let's join. Fatty, Si Xian, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xuefian were all in the top 10. Although Si Xian's assessment results weren't good, her S-grade talent was more impressive than any other assessment results. Coupled with Fatty's monstrous cultivation partner, it was natural that exceptions would be made. Su Tao, In Susu, and the others could only be envious. Chapter 1248. 2 hours later, the 2 opposing groups had completed their registration. Although Tang, whose limelight was stolen by Fatty in the Painting and Calligraphy Association, he was still warmly welcomed in the International Musicians Association. Murong Qianhua and Xian Yuanchen were even more popular in the Ancient Martial Arts Association, Science and Technology Association, Spell Association, and other associations. They were much more popular than Fatty and the others. This was the reality. Captain Starlight, the genius of the Immortal Emperor's First Academy, and the leader of the 4 great talents of Dahua. The 3 of them could be said to be unparalleled existences. They were definitely not something that Fatty, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian could compare to, at least for the time being. The compulsory courses are Origin of Tao, 10 Essentials of Dahua, Overview of the 3,000 Great Tao, True Explanation of Sword Tao, True Explanation of Saber Tao, Theory of Finger Fists, Palm and Leg Techniques, Analysis and Stimulation of Supernatural Abilities, and Theory of Yin and Yang. There are a total of 8 courses, 3 days at the beginning of each month, 3 days in the middle of the month, and 2 days at the end of the month. Each course lasts 120 days. It will take 10 years to finish it. Yes, 10 years of basic courses. Every academy is basically the same. Even the compulsory courses are exactly the same. The only difference is the teacher. Of course, different teachers will have different effects on the same subject. Let's hurry up and choose a teacher. After Chun Hao and the others stepped into the Taoist Hall of the Taoist Academy of Dahua, the curriculum for the newcomers had been announced on the pagoda monument. There were a total of 8 compulsory courses. The time, location, and corresponding teachers for each course were clear. There were basically 3 or 4 teachers teaching each course. The characteristics of each teacher were introduced in detail. Cultivators could choose the teacher that was more beneficial to them based on their own characteristics. The teachers of the same subject are arranged to teach on the same day. This is good. We don't have to worry about the time. We can choose whichever teacher we like. It won't affect us at all. The only one we need to consider is sister-in-law Chun Si. Su Tao said, the 8 courses that Si Xian needed to take were exactly the same as Chun Hao and the others. However, she was in the Grand Mist Supremacy Realms training hall. Her class time was completely different from that of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? The basic courses are only 10 years long, and the schedule is so tight. How would you have time to go out and do missions? Chun Hao said, cough cough, fatty bro, you haven't entered the immortal world yet, so you might not know. The space-time laws in the immortal world are 100 times more powerful than the outside world. 1 day in the outside world is 100 days in the immortal world. Therefore, it's best for us to work together as a team. Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for us to move as a team in the immortal realm. 100 times the space-time laws. Chun Hao said in surprise. And this is just the basic space-time laws of the immortal world. If you have enough money, you can even enter a space-time law that is 1,000 times stronger. The space of the immortal realm can be said to be omnipotent, so powerful. Of course, legend has it that the space of the immortal world is the only path to the immortal world, and the path to becoming an immortal emperor is also located there. When I heard this before, I was very puzzled. The immortal world is clearly a virtual world. How can there be a real path to becoming an immortal emperor? Hee, fatty bro, your doubts are the same as ours in the past. The celestial realm has existed since time immemorial. Logically speaking, you would know that you are in the celestial realm after entering the celestial realm helmet. However, it feels better and more real than reality. Whether it's virtual or real, it's impossible to determine. A powerful figure once said, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. It's used to describe the relationship between the immortal world and the great world of CND. Truth and falsehood. Falsehood and truth all depend on various conditions. Sometimes truth can become falsehood. Falsehood and truth can become reality. Legend has it that when you step into the immortal emperor realm, the cultivator can become one with both body and spirit and travel between the immortal world and the great world of CND. As for us, we can only enter the immortal world with our divine thoughts. That's right. Also, if you obtain the right to step onto the path of becoming an immortal emperor, you can also become one with both body and spirit when you step onto the path of becoming an immortal emperor. That's truly entering the path. Yes, but the path of becoming an immortal emperor is easier said than done. Fatty bro, brother Feng, brother monkey, Miss Xue, sister-in-law Chen Si, you may still have hope, but the few of us basically have no hope. Your brother will definitely step onto the path of becoming an immortal emperor. Ling Feng said proudly. It depends on who it is. Today's brothers, perhaps it's inevitable that we'll fight on the path of becoming an immortal. Ao Qian said. That's after we defeat all our enemies. Otherwise, there's no need for us to form a team. Xue Fian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up. Of course. However, don't worry. We're brothers and sisters. I won't be as ruthless as a certain someone. One victory and one defeat is enough. Ling Feng said, the path of becoming an immortal emperor. Perhaps this is the reason? Chun Hao thought to himself. Just like Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Xue Fian, his blood boiled slightly when he talked about the path of becoming an immortal emperor. That was the peak of the path of cultivation, the ultimate goal of all cultivators. Unfortunately, since ancient times, no one had ever seen through it. For hundreds of millions of years, the great world of Xiandi, and even the other vast thousand worlds, had only given birth to one quasi-emperor, the Star River King. Moreover, it was just a rumor. Whether it was true or not had not been confirmed. How could becoming an immortal emperor be easy? We're the same. At present, our obstacles may be Murong Qianhua, Xian Yuanchen, and Tang Hu. Ao Qian said. It should be, Xue Fian said again. A touch of seriousness appeared between her eyebrows. Obviously, Murong Qianhua and the other two posed a great threat to her. The great era is coming, and geniuses are coming out in large numbers. Damn. I really didn't expect a first-class school to be so powerful. Ling Feng said, It's normal. Unpredictable fate and ethereal fate will never leave geniuses lonely. The current situation of the Dahua school is not like that of every first-class school. Even the top schools are not necessarily like this. Xue Fian said, That makes sense. It seems that we have a great chance. Ha ha. Ao Qian laughed. Cough, cough. Hebo is watching the sea. A frog in the well is peering into the sky. It turns out that your goal from the beginning was the path of becoming an immortal emperor. Su Tao and the others were a little embarrassed, although they knew that these guys were abnormal. When they heard that their goal was the legendary path of becoming an immortal emperor, they were still a little surprised. That was something that they only dared to dream of, but it was basically impossible to achieve. Those who were qualified to enter the path of becoming an immortal emperor were all top geniuses in the great world of Xiandi. Although they were not bad, they were still a few streets away from the top geniuses. Chapter 1249. For hours later, they finished all the lessons. Chun Hao and Si Xian received the Spirit Realm helmets to enter the immortal world for free, but the price was an overdraft of 100 contribution points. The name was also Spirit Realm Helmet, and the outline was exactly the same. However, the aura released by the Spirit Realm Helmet of the Second World of Vast Universe system and the runes engraved on its surface were simply not enough. The biggest difference was that the Spirit Realm Helmet of the Second World had to be taken out and worn every time one entered the Second World and released their aura. On the other hand, the Spirit Realm Helmet of the Immortal World only needed to be worn for the first time, and it would be integrated into the cultivator's sea of consciousness. It would be impossible to take it out, as if it had become a part of the mind. In the great world of Xiandi, one only needed one's consciousness to enter the immortal world space at any time. Another difference was that the cultivator's consciousness could not exist in both the immortal world space and the great world of Xiandi at the same time. After entering the immortal world space, the physical body in the great world of Xiandi would lose all consciousness. To put it bluntly, the cultivator would be a living corpse without any perception of the surrounding situation. However, when faced with an aura that threatened the survival of the physical body, the cultivator could automatically jump out of the immortal world space and return to their body and soul. See, I'm going in? Go in. I'm really going in. Damn fatty, just go in. Did I say you couldn't go in? I still have to go in. In the cultivation room of the temporary palace, Fatty and Si Xian, who had returned from all the errands, could not wait to sacrifice their blood to the Spirit Realm Helmet of the immortal world space. When the preparations were done and they were about to enter, Fatty looked at Si Xian vulgarly and asked again and again, Can you have a sense of humor? What sense of humor? What sense of humor is there in your words? I'm going in. Buzz. Fatty glared at Si Xian, and his vulgar eyes suddenly looked down. And then he activated the spirit realm helmet. In an instant, a bright, immortal light bloomed from the spirit realm helmet and flew to Chen Hao's head before slowly descending. Damn, Fatty, you're shameless. Rogue. After being reminded by the fatty's wretched eyes, Si Xian's face immediately turned red. At the same time, she despised the fatty to the extreme. How could a person be so wretched and shameless? Unfortunately, Fatty had already activated the Soul Realm helmet, so Si Xian could only bear with it. When the spirit crystal helmets formed a faint layer of light, they completely disappeared and enveloped Chen, Hao, and Si Xian's bodies. This was the first time Chen, Hao, and Si Xian had stepped into the legendary immortal world. Chen Hao, congratulations on joining the immortal realm. Chen Hao felt that his soul had been completely removed from his body. He couldn't even separate a wisp of his divine sense, and entered the space of the immortal world. He was in a hazy state, drifting in a trance for a breath of time. Suddenly, heavenly music rang in his ears. At the same time, a pleasant voice drifted into his ears, making Chen Hao quiver. Chen Hao, although he had expected that entering the immortal world would mean that his real information would be leaked, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. As soon as he entered, his name was called. Chen Hao hurriedly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Unfortunately, he could only hear the voice and not see the person. He could only vaguely see the majestic, immortal palace floating above the auspicious clouds. Chen Hao, the peak of the late stage of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, the ancient chaos boundless galaxy. Earth. Chen Hao Li Yuan fusion mutation, the voice sounded out once more. At the start, it was normal, but after it finished speaking about the vast universe galaxy, its voice became faintly discernible and intermittent. The words that came out caused Chen Hao's eyes to widen in shock. At the same time, he became extremely vigilant. He really didn't expect that the immortal world could even dig out his past and present life from his mind. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, Chen Hao wasn't stupid. Before he met the little nurse, Lu Hui, Chen Hao didn't think that he was very powerful. He was just a cultivator who advanced step by relying on his own fortuitous encounters and bitter cultivation. At most, he had a powerful father and a mysterious old god before that. However, after meeting the reincarnated immortal Emperor Lu Hui and conquering her, even if Chen Hao was an idiot, he knew that he wasn't as simple as he seemed. Immortal emperors, especially female immortal emperors, had powerful restrictions on their emotions, even if they were reincarnated as the immortal Emperor Lu Hui. How could she be conquered by an ordinary person? Yi Lan speculated that Chen Hao wasn't inferior to immortal emperors or even stronger than them. Chen Hao couldn't help but believe it. However, Chen Hao had always rejected this innate condition of being born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He once told his woman that the past was the past, and the future was unpredictable. His past and present lives had nothing to do with him. He only wanted this life. Therefore, he had never thought of awakening himself, nor did he try to awaken himself. He wanted to rely on his own ability to cultivate step by step, moving forward step by step, and always let himself in this life be the absolute ruler. However, the truth was still the truth. Even though Chen Hao did not sense anything, there was a powerful seal and a magic treasure above the level of true immortals in his mind. This had been proven many times. No one could peek into all the secrets hidden in his mind. But now, he had just entered the immortal world. To be exact, the procedures hadn't been completed yet. His character hadn't been created, and he hadn't been born, but the mainframe had already seen through him it even revealed Chun Hao's biggest secret. How powerful was the mainframe of the immortal world? It was unimaginable if he hadn't known that the immortal world wasn't controlled by anyone in the great world of Xiandi. Chun Hao would have left the immortal world immediately, and then fled the great world of Xiandi with Si Xian as fast as he could. Do you need to disguise yourself to enter? The voice, which had become faintly discernible, suddenly became real again, as if it was right next to his ear. It reached Chun Hao's ears. Yes. Name: Li Yuan. You need to disguise yourself? You can change the ultimate form of the Great Change technique at will. In the immortal world, not many people can see through you. This is much better than me helping you disguise yourself. It's beneficial for you to gather more luck in the immortal world. There's such a thing? That's good. I don't need to disguise myself. I'll do it myself. Chun Hao was a little stunned, and then he said immediately, although all his secrets had been discovered, Chun Hao still didn't expect the NPC to be so human-like. Chun Hao activated the Heart Sutra, and his entire person instantly turned into the appearance of a fatty. What Chun Hao didn't know was that not everyone could meet such a human-like NPC like him. All right, if there's anything you don't understand, you can call me at any time. Any question, as long as it's within my ability, I can answer it for you. Are you a real person or an NPC from the system's intelligent brain? Real is fake, fake is real. Chapter 1250. F***CK. Chun Hao hated this kind of ambiguous answer the most. However, he had misgivings in his heart, so he didn't dare to show it. He continued to ask, how can I obtain the qualifications to enter the path of the immortal emperor? The first condition is to advance to the seventh heaven of the true immortal realm, starting from the Daluo Golden Wonderland within 100,000 years in the outside world. The second condition is that your team must reach the level SSS of the true immortal realm within the same time frame. Once these two conditions are met, you will obtain the right to enter the path of the immortal emperor. Advance to the seventh heaven of the true immortal realm within 100,000 years. Chun Hao was shocked. Although he knew that the conditions were harsh and was mentally prepared, he was still surprised when he heard it now. Chun Hao had no concept of time when it came to the advancement of realms. After experiencing the changes in space-time between the primordial chaos world and the primordial chaos world, he couldn't even give a specific number to his age. Disregarding the difference in space-time laws, he wasn't even 20,000 years old. With 80,000 years left, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break through the primordial chaos realm and step into the seventh heavens of the true immortal realm. However, Chun Hao knew that it was not as simple as he thought. After all, ever since he stepped into the great world of Xiandi, the true immortals he saw were very old in age, but not many of them exceeded the seventh heaven of the true immortal realm. Back then, the Thunder Dragon King was only a fourth heaven of the true immortal realm. From this, it could be seen that in the 9 heavens of the true immortal realm, each advancement must be very difficult. The seventh heaven was undoubtedly like the seventh level of the various realms. It was definitely a watershed. Don't worry. You come from Earth, and you have a 1 in 10,000 fusion soul. Not only that, you have a rare variant soul. I can't be sure about this in the great world, but in the blessed immortal realm, 100,000 years is enough for you to advance from the Daluo Golden Wonderland to the seventh heaven of the true immortal realm. However, let me remind you that the advancement of realms in the outside world will be isolated from the advancement in the immortal realm. The Yang spirit and Yin spirit cannot be merged. When they merge, you will enter the path of the immortal emperor. Sun God, In God. What's in your mind isn't right, and you've just entered the academy, so it's not strange that you don't understand. Wait until you've learned the yin-yang theory of souls, then you'll naturally understand. The melodious voice explained to Chun Hao. Chun Hao did have some information about the yang spirit and the yin spirit. He also had a certain concept. They came from the two extreme Tao inheritances in the primal mystic realm. What Coiled Dragon obtained was the physical body that became the yang spirit. Chun Ling and Li Yang, who had the celestial spirit body, became the yin spirit through their souls. However, that was all in theory. Furthermore, the two extreme Tao mighty figures were unable to realize it, yin and yang theory of the soul. Could it be that the soul can become the yin and yang deities? Chun Hao thought to himself. Previously, when he had chosen the required courses, he had indeed chosen the yin-yang theory of souls. Chun Hao, are you sure that your goal is the immortal emperor path? While Chun Hao was deep in thought, the melodious voice asked again. Yes. All right. Then you'll seal the beginning realm of the Daluo Golden Wonderland to the early stage. Any other questions? Do cultivators in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm still have a chance to embark on the immortal emperor path? Chun Hao could not help but ask when he thought of Xi and his women and brothers and sisters in the ancient chaos boundless world. Of course. Just seal the beginning realm. While Chun Hao kept asking questions on the other side, Xi had already entered the world of the immortal world. Xi had never met an NPC as humane as Chun Hao. The only similarity was that she had heard the melodious voice. However, all she had to do was make the most basic choice after hearing the other party's explanation. Before entering, Ao Guang, Ling Feng, and the others had told Xi and Chun Hao in advance that if their goal was to embark on the immortal emperor path, they would start from the early stage of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Xi had only made this choice. Everything else was based on her current pseudonym. However, when Xi appeared in the immortal world, she sized up her surroundings with a surprised expression and sensed the aura that filled the world. Strange. It's clearly my first time here. Why do I have such a familiar feeling? It's like buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when Chun Hao felt that he had no more questions to ask for the time being, a brilliant immortal light enveloped him. Immediately after, Chun Hao clearly felt that space-time was constantly twisting and the aura was rapidly changing. Even the physical body formed by the soul, for the time being, in the minds of Chun Hao and all the other cultivators, it was the self derived from the mind in the immortal world, felt strongly stretched and distorted. Chun Hao was a little surprised by this situation. Wasn't it just entering the immortal world and being born in some novice village or in the wilderness? Why did it take so long and experience such terrifying changes in space-time? Although Chun Hao had entered the immortal world for the first time and did not have much information before, he still felt that something was wrong. Chi, the void split open. After what felt like 10 minutes, Chun Hao finally stopped shuttling and appeared in the immortal world. It can't be, right? Chun Hao was still in the void when he exclaimed in surprise. Almost instantly, his eyes widened like Xi Xian's. However, unlike Xi Xian, Chun Hao was certain before he landed. How could it be so similar? Could it be Earth? Chun Hao was really stunned. As a fanatic about Earth, he was very clear about the shape of Earth. At this moment, he, whose realm was sealed in the early stages of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, could see half of the appearance of the small planet that was rapidly approaching the novice village at a glance. The azure surface and the distribution of continental plates, although slightly different, were more or less the same. If it was just a planet, Chun Hao might have thought it was a coincidence. However, not far from the azure planet, the moon that was orbiting like a satellite was also there, so it should not be a coincidence. How is this possible? Didn't they say that the novice village also appeared in the true martial city of Planet Majestic? How could it be on Earth? Before Chun Hao and Si Xian entered the immortal world, Ao Guang, Su Tao, and the others had said that he and Si Xian would appear in the true martial city. All the outsiders were born in the city where they first appeared in the immortal emperor's boundless world. But now, Chun Hao had appeared on Earth. "This isn't Earth," Chun Hao murmured when he landed on a towering mountain peak and sensed the aura between heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. As Ao Guang and the others had said, the cultivation conditions here were definitely 10 times or even 100 times better than those in the great world of CND. Therefore, this couldn't be Earth. The real Earth was already in the age of chaos, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had disappeared. It's also considered Earth. Other outsiders from the greater thousand worlds were born in the cities of the great world of CND for the first time, but I've created a virtual perfect Earth. What does this mean? Chapter 1251. This meant that Earth was very strong. Just as Chun Hao had guessed through various signs, Earth must be inextricably linked to the ancient universe and the great world of CND. It was also very likely that Earth was not inferior to the great world of CND. Now, he who was really born on Earth was born on Earth in the immortal realm. However, the practitioners from other worlds only used the great world of CND as their birthplace. This undoubtedly proved Chun Hao's conjecture that Earth was in existence on the same level as the great world of CND. Buzz. This should be the peak of Mount Tai in the age of chaos. Chun Hao, whose heart was in turmoil, stood on the peak of the mountain. His mind was completely open. Just as he was about to carefully sense the familiar yet strange Earth, his expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Heavenly suppression!" Then he spat out 4 words. Earth. Ever since he had awakened his memories, he had never thought that he had much attachment to Earth. In the past, he could be said to be ruthless, extreme, and antisocial. In short, he was an orphan and had no family ties on Earth, let alone love. As for friendship, he didn't think he had it either, because in the past, he had basically isolated himself from the world and didn't trust anyone, but every time he really thought about Earth, his heart would always lose its calm. At this moment, sensing the aura of the perfect Earth, he couldn't help but have a strong desire to return to Earth. It was definitely not for Yi Xian, but purely for the sake of his heart. However, the Earth, which was originally very small to the current Chun Hao, suddenly exceeded his perception. To be precise, the moment Chun Hao wanted to carefully sense Earth, his perception was suppressed thousands of times. Moreover, it was an invisible and irresistible heavenly Tao power. It's really not as simple as it looks. My perception has been suppressed more than 10,000 times, and only a radius of 100 miles is left. However, this is the perfect state of Mount Tai. There's no mistake. A perfect Mount Tai meant a Mount Tai that had not been through any artificial traces in the immortal realm, nor had it experienced the age of chaos. To be exact, Chun Hao was the only living person on Earth in the immortal world. Could it be that I was born at the peak of Mount Tai? Chun Hao pondered. Generally speaking, the place where the cultivator first entered the immortal world was the place where the cultivator came from. For outsiders from the great world of CND, the city they first entered was the standard. And now, Chun Hao had appeared at the peak of Mount Tai. Did this mean that Chun Hao had been born at the peak of Mount Tai? After all, in Chun Hao's previous world, Mount Tai had long become a tourist attraction. It was impossible for anyone to be born on the peak of Mount Tai. But now, Chun Hao didn't have much doubt. He had concluded that he was not an ordinary person. As for whether he was the continuation of Li Yuan's life or the rebirth of Li Yuan, it was already very clear when the soul fusion mutation occurred. He was the fusion of Li Yuan and Chun Hao, not just an artificial intelligence with Li Yuan's memory. Of course, this was all done by the old god at the moment of the explosion. This meant that he, who was once an orphan on Earth, was born at the peak of Mount Tai. Mount Tai, since ancient times, has been known as the place where all things are born and the house of the gods. It is the pilgrimage place of emperors and has many myths and legends. Could it be that I'm the reincarnation of an ancient, mighty person on Earth? Chun Hao thought to himself. Mount Tai was undoubtedly the most sacred and mysterious place in the hearts of the Huaxia people. It was just that in the age of chaos, it had become a myth. No one could verify whether it was true or false. Forget it. Let's see what kind of mysteries this virtual perfect Earth contains. Chun Hao's figure suddenly rose into the air. His perception range was reduced to a radius of 100 miles. Not only was he not discouraged, but he was also more interested in flying and exploring. Vast universe star. This is clearly the vast universe star. Chun Hao did not know that Si Xian, who was extremely surprised, had also determined what the novice village, where she was born, was before him. The familiar aura of the heavenly way, the familiar division of stars, mountains, seas, and rivers. Except for the lack of cities, it was exactly the same as the vast universe star that Si Xian knew had unified 10 galaxies. It was just that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the heavenly way were more real and powerful by hundreds or thousands of times. This was the same as what Ao Qian, Su Tao, and the others had said before. The great world of Xiandi was also inferior to the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the heavenly way in the space of the celestial world. The puzzled Si Xian was also like Chun Hao. She concluded that the reason why she was born in her birthplace was because the ancient chaos Great Thousand World was not inferior to the immortal Emperor Great Thousand World. That was why she was different from other outsiders, different from Chun Hao. Si Xian did not have time to look around before a strong but familiar aura suddenly descended from the void and locked onto her. Almost at the same time, Si Xian and the person who had locked onto her let out surprised and excited cries. Si Xian could not believe that this was real. Buzz. Half an hour later, Chun Hao, who was flying quickly in the void, did not tear the void, nor did he use the great teleportation technique, but the seemingly normal space suddenly rippled like water with Chun Hao's body as the core. Immediately, Chun Hao disappeared from his original place. A Bodhi in a leaf, a world in a grain of sand. There is indeed a different world. This is just a spatial point. Chun Hao was shocked. If it were not for his super strong perception that was countless times stronger than cultivators of the same level as him, and his eyes of fire and gold, even he would not have been able to discover the abnormality in space. Buzz. When Chun Hao passed through the seal boundary, and once again appeared in an open space, Chun Hao's eyes widened. How could this be described as a different world? It was a different starry sky. The suppression of the heavenly Tao disappeared directly, and his strong perception also recovered at the same time. However, Chun Hao looked at the endless river of stars and sighed with emotion. The vast thousand worlds. It was an absolutely powerful greater thousand world, but it had been condensed into a tiny Earth. Chun Hao was still not sure how many such spatial entrances there were on Earth, and whether they would all lead to this starry sky after entering. However, he knew that an existence that could condense the endless starry sky of the vast thousand worlds into a spatial point on Earth was definitely an existence that could not be imagined. Could an immortal emperor do it? Chun Hao did not know. Phew, This is not something that can be understood in a short time. Su Tao, Ao Qian, and the others are probably waiting anxiously. No, when I arrive on Earth, can I still contact the great world of Xiandi? Chun Hao was puzzled. Previously, he had agreed with Ao Qian and the others that after entering, he would connect their communication numbers. He would only know the number after entering, which was slightly different from the second world. Chapter 1252. Chun Hao hurriedly called Su Tao's number. He thought that the possibility of getting through was very small, but he did not expect Su Tao to appear in Chun Hao's mind before he could even wait. Brother Fatty, why are you so slow? Where are you? We have arrived at the true martial city. Su Tao asked directly after seeing Fatty's image. Under the laws of space-time, 1 minute in the outside world was 100 minutes here. Su Tao, Ao Qian, Ling Feng, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Give them my number. You don't have to worry about where I am. I have to raise my realm to the peak of the late Daluo Golden Wonderland first. Before that, I want to act alone. Chun Hao said without hesitation. Chun Hao naturally could not tell anyone about his arrival on Earth. If this were to spread, it would cause an uproar. Even if he did not die, he would not be able to regain his freedom. Brother Fatty, didn't we agree on this? With people like us imparting our experience and guiding you, both your realm and the level of our team will increase. Su Tao, plans can't keep up with changes. I am a natural genius. How can I let you guide me? Don't say any more. It's settled. Did Chun-Si contact you? Give me her number. Chun Hao said, Not yet. You guys entered the great world of CND together. She should be near you. She contacted you. As Su Tao spoke, Si Xian's communication verification was sent over. Sister-in-law Chun-Si, where are you? Did Fatty contact you? Give me his number. My starting realm is the early Daluo Golden Wonderland. I won't be with you guys for the time being. Are you serious? We had a good talk. All right, it seems like I want to train alone with you. Then you guys have to spend more time and try to catch up with us. My number is asterisk, 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 Su Tao said. Then he called Chun Hao and said, Brother Fatty, sister-in-law is calling you. Fatty, were you born in the eastern continent of the infinite star? Si Xian, something's wrong. As soon as Chun Hao and Si Xian's communication was connected, the two of them spoke at the same time. What's wrong? Si Xian was shocked. What? The eastern continent of the Wuji star? Chun Hao was equally surprised. Si Xian's voice was filled with intense excitement. She seemed to be very sure that Chun Hao was born in the eastern continent of the Wuji star in the vast universe galaxy of the ancient chaos universe. What was going on? Could it be? Almost instantly, Chun Hao thought of a possibility and hurriedly asked, You were born in ancient chaos? Yes. Don't you? What's wrong with you? Si Xian said nervously, Shifu is right beside me. What? You mean Senior Yilan? I only have one master. What do you think it is? Let Master tell me the details. I'm not very clear about it yet. Si Xian said. Good, good, Chun Hao said excitedly. Chun Hao couldn't help but be excited. He didn't need Yilan to explain at all. Chun Hao could guess that since the unified ancient chaos universe was at the same level as the great world of CND, it must have the ability to connect to the great world of CND like Earth. Moreover, it should be a recent ability. Otherwise, Yilan wouldn't have kept it from them. Greetings, Controller. Greetings, Senior Yilan. Senior, please don't kill me. Chun Hao was very embarrassed. Whether it was in the past or now, Yilan was an elder in Chun Hao's heart. How could he bow to a young boy like him, especially after guessing Yilan's amazing life in the great world of Xiandi? He was even more impressed by this old man. Ha! How? You're very cute like this. However, great luck and love can't be erased by changing your image. At most, it will reduce its power to strangers. Yilan's eyes shone brightly. Perhaps because he had defeated his old enemy, Yilan was now in high spirits. Half of his white hair had turned black, and the wrinkles on his face had decreased a lot. He didn't look old at all. Ahem, Senior, what's going on? You're on the Wuji star, right? No. Oh, could it be the Ying star? That's right. The Wuji star is just a small planet. It shouldn't be divided so carefully. Senior, I was born on Earth. What? You were born on Earth? Yilan was shocked. Xi also widened her eyes in surprise. Although they knew that Chun Hao had a close relationship with Earth, and that Earth was very strong, they didn't expect that Earth, which was just a small part of Chun Hao's memory, was so strong that it was on the same level as the ancient chaos universe and the great world of Xiandi. Yes, Chun Hao replied affirmatively. I didn't expect Earth to be so strong. That's right, you have 3,000 great Daos and have mastered countless mysterious scriptures. How can a place that can give birth to such powerful techniques be weak? No, that's not right. According to your memory, Earth should be in the age of chaos. If it's the age of chaos, it's worse than when the ancient chaos universe was 10 galaxies. It shouldn't be connected to the space of the immortal realm. What's going on? Yilan frowned. Senior, do you mean that when you first entered the space of the immortal realm in the great world of Xiandi, you weren't born in the ancient chaos universe? Of course not. The ancient chaos universe was 10 galaxies, and the complete heavenly Tao was divided into 10 worlds even longer ago. At that time, I was born in the great world of Xiandi like the other outsiders. Now, I can enter the ancient chaos universe because the unified ancient chaos universe restored the former heavenly Tao and connected the space of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, I haven't found a place that can enter the space of the immortal realm. Your Earth is really strange. According to the information in your memory, it's just a little bit, and it's the age of chaos. Could it be that the age of chaos is fake? How? Did you find anything strange? I mean, compared to the Earth in your memory. I found something. Earth is just a floating body on the surface. I just found a space node and entered the endless starry sky. It's completely the aura of the great world, and it should be the aura of the complete great world. It's definitely not inferior to the great world of Xiandi. I reckon that there should be many such spatial points on the surface of the Earth, and they can all enter the greater thousand world. However, there should only be one that can enter. Otherwise, it would be too powerful. Chun Hao said. Chapter 1253. Doesn't that mean that the entire vast thousand world is condensed on the small Earth? Yilan asked in surprise. Then, as if he had thought of something, he continued, I understand now. Earth, your so-called age of chaos, is probably just a facade. The real Earth, which is the vast thousand world condensed on Earth, is not the age of chaos. This is the only way to explain why you were born on Earth. In the great world of Xiandi, the birthplace of an outsider who first entered the immortal world was usually the first city in the great world of Xiandi. Unless the vast thousand world that the outsider belonged to was of the same level as the great world of Xiandi, then they would be born in the birthplace of the vast thousand world. The reason why Yilan was so sure that the real Earth was not the age of chaos was that when ancient chaos had not been unified when he entered the immortal world from the great world of Xiandi, He was born in the great world of Xiendi instead of ancient chaos. This also meant that when the heavenly way was incomplete, even if the vast thousand world was of the same level, it would not work. The age of chaos was naturally not possible, but Chun Hao could. This meant that Earth was definitely not in the incomplete state of the age of chaos. Maybe Chun Hao wanted to return to Earth to find out more. What happened in ancient times? Where did the ancient mythical figures go? Why did the surface of Earth enter the age of chaos? Too many secrets that he wanted to uncover were born in Chun Hao's heart. Moreover, for some reason, Chun Hao had an intuition that this was his destiny. Senior, according to Yi Lan's deduction, since the vast thousand world condensed on Earth is not in the age of chaos, why can't I sense the aura of any cultivator in the immortal world? If I'm not mistaken, there is no cultivator here. This, if it's ancient chaos, it's understandable. After all, ancient chaos has just recovered, and cultivators who haven't stepped onto the path of the immortal emperor definitely can't sense the aura of the immortal realm. Moreover, because of the ban on cultivators in the great world of Xiendi, there's no one in ancient chaos other than me who has a spirit helmet to enter the immortal realm. But Earth shouldn't. Yilan said he couldn't figure it out either. Since Earth wasn't in the age of chaos, there should be a lot of cultivators. Naturally, they should know about the space of the celestial realm. How could there be no one? Yilan paused for a moment before continuing, unless Earth has just recovered like ancient chaos, and they haven't found the secret space where the spirit helmet was born. This is the most likely possibility. Another possibility is that Earth is in the age of chaos, and according to your memory, the powerful beings of the law of divine powers have become legends and haven't appeared on Earth for a long time. Therefore, it's also possible that something happened to the cultivators on Earth. It's possible. Either they're all dead, or they've left Earth en masse. The place they went to is not connected to the immortal realm. Otherwise, there shouldn't be no one left. That's right. How? There's no need to guess. Now that you're born on Earth, it's undoubtedly a good thing for us. It shouldn't be long before the controller of the immortal realm will build some facilities on Earth, even if you're the only one. Chun Hao was slightly shocked. This time I entered the Daluo Golden Wonderland and was reborn in ancient chaos. Now the system notification says that because of the countless years of abandonment, in order to avoid wasting energy, the original facilities have been taken back. Now it's being rebuilt. Looking at the progress, it will take about 100 years. Adding the time I've been waiting for, the actual time in the immortal realm is about 10,000 years, which is about 100 years in the outside world. 10,000 years of closed-door cultivation is very fast. In ancient chaos, I'm looking for the secret space where the spirit helmet was born. If I'm not wrong, it should be somewhere in the core of ancient chaos. When I find it, your Tao companion and brothers and sisters will be the priority to give it to them. Yilan said, "That's great. Senior, thank you so much." Ha. What are you thanking me for? There's no need to be polite. You just need to agree to one of my conditions. What condition? Senior, just say it. Don't forget about Yi Xian. If I'm not wrong, only when you step on the path of the immortal emperor and really reach the end can you control the endless starry sky. At that time, you will know the real location of Earth without any problems. However, you have to be prepared. Although we can contact each other, if you want to meet in the immortal realm, it's only possible on the path of the immortal emperor. Don't worry. I understand. When I came in, I guessed it. This time, Chun Hao was not surprised and said in a deep voice, "Although Earth in the immortal realm could contact Su Tao and the others in the great world of Xiendi and Yilan and see Xian in ancient chaos, Chen Hao knew immediately that it was impossible to meet in the immortal realm. The reason was very simple. This was the same as the novice village in the game. Only when one's level was high enough could they walk out of the novice village and meet people in other novice villages. And this was the novice village of two greater worlds. The only way to meet was on the path of the immortal emperor. By the way, the growth of your seventh anima is faster than expected. Epiphany and the demonic realm are as common as eating a meal. It's really too abnormal. I'm afraid that you will only lose this latent feeling and slow down when you catch up to your original body. You have to work harder. In the future, maybe on the path of the immortal emperor, the seventh anima will be your opponent. That should be very interesting. Ha ha, Yilon said. That powerful? Chen Hao was speechless. That little brat. Master, what's his level now? Daluo Jinxian initial level. No way. Chen Hao and Si Xian were both stunned. That was too damn fast, wasn't it? Don't look at me like that. No one helped him. Only the little empress stayed with him a little longer, but she didn't give him any help. She just played with him and caused trouble. But this kid is really abnormal to the extreme. When we find the secret space of the spirit realm helmet, let him in first. Then, Si Xian, you can train with him in the immortal realm space. It won't be a problem for you to reach the immortal emperor path. If you follow him, you can get the benefits of Epiphany at any time. Yilon said. All right, how? That's it. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I won't necessarily answer immediately. During this time, I'm going to the depths of the ancient chaos void to take a look. You two chat. Old man, I won't disturb you anymore. Yilon said, then directly disconnected the connection. As for Ao Qian and the others, what do we say? Si Xian blushed at Yilan's words, but she did have something to say. In the great world of Xiandi, there's no telling where they'll be born. If you can be born in the great world of Xiandi in the immortal realm space, then it'll be easy. At least I won't have any problems here and can cover you. If you can also give birth to one, and it's a peak state derived from emotions, then it'll be even easier. Chapter 1254. Damn fatty, do you think I'm like you? The flaw in my 9 lives profound technique isn't something that can be fixed in a short period of time. Unless I fuse with my third life, there will be a new beginning. Right now, it's impossible for me to derive a fourth life, not to mention a peak state derived from emotions. There's no chance at all. Si Xian said. That's true. Then I'll have to cover for you. Chen Hao said after thinking for a while. In the immortal realm, just say that I'm in secluded cultivation. Anyway, they want you. It has nothing to do with me. However, are you sure you can derive an 8th life now? He. Chen Hao laughed proudly. You'll know when you leave the immortal realm. Forget it. I'll leave now. I have to let the 8th life leave the Taoist Academy. Otherwise, I won't be able to get a spirit realm helmet. Leave. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he cut off the connection and left the immortal realm. Si Xian opened her eyes at almost the same time as Chen Hao. When did you derive an 8th life? Si Xian asked. Without waiting for Chen Hao to answer, she continued, could it be during the assessment? Since leaving ancient chaos, apart from the few years of the Taoist Academy's assessment, Si Xian could be said to have been with Chen Hao all the time. Therefore, it was most likely derived during the assessment. Otherwise, Chen Hao would have no reason to hide it from her. That's right. Also, it was during the combat power assessment. I was just born a few days ago. Wang. As Chen Hao spoke, a ray of light suddenly bloomed from between his eyebrows. A monstrous killing intent rolled out. Ah, Cixin was so frightened that she cried out. If she didn't know that Chunhao wouldn't do anything to her, she probably would have fled thousands of miles away. It was sharp, cold, and filled with an endless bloody aura of slaughter. It was too strong and too shocking. You derived an eighth life from the will of slaughter? That's right. It's not bad, right? Pervert. So ugly. The eighth anima, filled with boundless killing intent, glared at Cixin and said, "Hey, I say, Cixin, are your eyes crooked now? Do I look ugly now?" With such a tone, it was obvious that he was completely connected with the mind of Chunhao's main body. Although doing so would affect the true fusion in the future, there was nothing that could be done about it. The eighth anima of the will of slaughter possessed the most extreme power of emotion. If it was left alone, it would either cause rivers of blood to flow, or it would be destroyed by an expert. With his cold and ruthless nature, it was impossible for him to go out alone. Moreover, Chunhao had to keep in touch with him. "Your eyes are crooked. It just doesn't look good to me. Could it be that you're going to use your true self's face in the eighth anima? Oh, I understand now. So you're afraid that I'll go out and flirt with other women. Don't worry. Even though I'm a little dissolute, I still know what I'm doing. If it's not my original body, then I won't have any feelings for any woman. Yes, including men." Buffed. Cixin was amused by Chunhao's "including men." However, she knew why. Chunhao's fifth anima, the tree of life, might have inherited the genes of the life seed. It had the same hobby as the abnormal monster, Zhou Qinglong, she had met in the boundless chaos world. It killed both men and women. If Chunhao only limited the feelings between men and women, then it would really be a tragedy. It would be a tragedy that would make her vomit blood and want to kill herself. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't limit it? If he didn't limit it, then at least he would still be with the opposite sex. If he limited it, then he would be forced to move closer to the same sex. It would be like some old-fashioned and boring high school principal back on Earth. F*CK. This was a homosexual teacher. What are you laughing at? Come, accompany me for a walk. Let him go. Wang. Fatty Chunhao took the eighth anima into his mental space. Why did you let him go? You're going to enter the academy, so why can't you enter any academy? You are born from the will of slaughter, and the nature of slaughter is deeply ingrained in you. Even if your mind is connected, if you go too far away or enter a special space, it will be out of your control. At that time, what if you randomly kill people? I think it's better to let him stay in the Dahua Academy. In any case, not many people can see through your 9 anima mystic technique. Not to mention, you have the ultimate form of the Great Change technique. It's even more impossible to be discovered. This way, you can also restrain Morong Chenhua and the others. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Then it's decided. I'm familiar with the path. I'll directly take the special recruitment route. I don't need to participate in the assessment. I just need to show my heaven-defying talent. Let's do that. Come, let's go out and send him outside the academy. N. In the eighth anima, if one wanted to obtain the Soul Realm helmet, they had to enter the academy with a new identity. To put it bluntly, only by becoming a disciple of the academy would one have the qualifications to obtain the Soul Realm helmet. And the same cultivator, which was the same identity, couldn't obtain 2 Soul Realm helmets, nor could they use 2. Any cultivator who fused with the Soul Realm helmet would have it for life. No one could erase it, and it was impossible to fuse with another. Ancient Chaos, Great Thousand World. Sacred Palace before Chunhao left Ancient Chaos. The Temple of the 10 Galaxies had already fused together. But now, if Chun Hao were to return and see the temple again, he would definitely be shocked. As the 10 galaxies fused together more and more perfectly, the supreme heavenly Tao laws became clearer and clearer. The temple, which represented the highest temple of the ancient chaos universe and gathered the strongest destiny of the universe, was also transforming and evolving on its own. The aura it emitted became more and more magnificent, vast, and divine. What made the people of ancient chaos feel even more mystical was that in the sky above the temple, there was always an afterimage. One could only vaguely make out that it was a human figure, but its outline was blurry, making it impossible to see its specific appearance. But the acting controller Yilan and the original controllers of the 9 galaxies, the current counselors, determined that this was the manifestation of the faith that controlled Chun Hao. It was only because the convergence of faith was not enough that it could not be seen clearly. They believed that as time passed, it would become clearer and clearer, as long as everyone had enough devout faith in the killing god Chun Hao. Now, in the ancient chaos universe, everyone knew that the killing god Chun Hao had stepped into the great world of Xiandi for the survival of the ancient chaos universe. Every day, every hour, every moment, there were cultivators praying for the killing god Chun Hao. They were looking forward to the return of the killing god Chun Hao, looking forward to the killing god Chun Hao leading the ancient chaos universe through the apocalypse that was inevitable in tens of thousands of years. The so-called apocalypse was the threat from the great world of Xiandi, the master of the Shao family ancestor, who, in the depths of the temple, in a palace shrouded in immortal light, Yilan, who was sitting cross-legged, exited the immortal world space and let out a long sigh. Chapter 12:55. He always exceeds my expectations. This kid has only just arrived at the great world of Xiandi, yet he actually entered a first-rate academy. Moreover, his test results are all top geniuses in the first-rate academies, and they're on par with my results when I went all out. However, according to this kid's character, I'm afraid he's still hiding a lot. Yilan muttered excitedly. At this point, even Yilan couldn't help but admire Chun Hao's calmness. Every time he thought he had seen through Chun Hao, he would discover that this kid exceeded his expectations and seemed to have not revealed all his trump cards. Moreover, this is only his main body. What would happen if his other lives fused into one? It's truly abnormal. Yilan shook his head and suddenly looked towards the void. His eyes suddenly emitted an incomparably resplendent crystal light, and it seemed to penetrate the endless starry sky in an instant. He said loudly, "Kid, didn't you want to see the ancient chaos domain? Master will take you there now." A young man who was still wet behind the ears was holding his head, supporting his legs, and holding a small white flower in his mouth. He was lying on the lawn and basking in the sun comfortably. He was shocked by Yilan's sudden words, and he jumped up and exclaimed towards the sky. But soon after, the young man said excitedly, "Master, are you serious?" "Of course it's true. Kid, Master can tell you clearly now. Compared to your main body, no matter if it's talent or strength, you're 108,000 miles away. This is only on the surface. If we're comparing temperament, 10,000 of you wouldn't even be a 10,000th of him. I say, Master, I'm still a child, okay? In the entire world, including my main body, who can reach such a cultivation level at my age and possess my combat strength, no one, right? So, if you want to compare my main body to mine at the same age. Whoever can kill the other is the stronger one. In the future, Master, don't say anything like this. It's meaningless. Besides, I'm my main body. If he's strong, I'm strong. And if I'm strong, he's strong. What's his is mine, and what's mine is his. Is there a difference? No, there isn't. It's meaningless. There's no difference. Master, you're just wasting your breath. Why do you have to say such useless words every time? Also, stop. In the palace, the veins on Yilan's forehead bulged as he directly interrupted with a stern voice. Do you still want to go? Yes, of course, he wanted to. As lonely as the snow, how could I not want to go to the legendary ancient chaos desolation domain? Oh, my beauty! Master, hurry up and form the tunnel. I'll wait for you. Chi, the young man who was speaking, called out to Yilan. With a whoosh, he turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of a young girl who was flying in the air thousands of miles away. Yilan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Needless to say, he already knew what this brat was doing. Condense. Without any hesitation, Yilan waved his hand and pointed. Runes quickly condensed in the air. He wanted to use the fastest speed to forcefully teleport this lawless and shameless little Chun Hao back. Hello, beautiful. Who are you? What are you trying to do? Puff. The young girl slammed on the brakes in a panic and looked at the figure that had suddenly blocked her path. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she felt that her panic was funny. The person in front of her, apart from being a little faster, had the appearance and figure of a little brat who looked at most 14 or 15 years old. His aura was also that of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, although the young girl knew that it was impossible for him to be 14 or 15 years old. The other party clearly did not disguise himself. As the saying goes, one's appearance is born from one's heart. Just by looking at his appearance, he should not be a bad person. After the young girl's panic, she burst into laughter because the word good person was written on the little brat's forehead. This was really too funny. Whether he was a good person or not, there was no need to write on his forehead, right? Beauty, don't be afraid. Brother just wants to ask you for a small favor. Brother? Little brat, to be able to maintain this appearance and advance to the Daluo Jinxian, your talent is really extraordinary. However, don't you see that I'm the supreme of Hongmeng? Tell me, what small favor do you want to help me with? The young girl said, old age. Obviously, she did not agree with the little brat calling himself brother. Auntie, you agree? Tell me what favor? The young girl was stunned, but her mood immediately improved. This little brat was quite tactful. Auntie, can you help me give birth to a son? What did you say? The young girl thought that she had misheard and asked in disbelief, her eyes wide open. Can you help me give birth to a son? Scram. After confirming that there was no mistake, the young girl directly kicked out. Ah, the shameless little Chun Hao's but suddenly bloomed, and like a stream of light, he shot out into the void. Come here, stinking brat. Wung. Yilan's unidirectional space-time tunnel suddenly opened, and she roared at seventh anima, grabbing it through the air. Little Seven, you're messing around again. See if I don't slap you to death. At the same time, a stream of light streaked past, and a beautiful and cute short-haired girl suddenly appeared. Like an eagle catching a chick, she grabbed seventh anima's ear and pulled him into the space-time tunnel. The enraged young girl, who had been teased, was dumbfounded. It was a very solid kick from a Grand Miss Sovereign, but the little wimp was completely fine. It would have been fine if he was fine, but a space-time tunnel had appeared. It would have been fine if the space-time tunnel had appeared, but a young and extremely sexy beauty had appeared out of thin air. It would have been fine if she had appeared out of thin air, but she had actually grabbed the pervert and stepped into the space-time tunnel. The moment the pervert stepped into the space-time tunnel, the little wimp nodded slightly at him with a trace of apology. What kind of face was that? What kind of eyes were that? Even the most beautiful young girl felt ashamed of her own inferiority and a feeling of wanting to bow down and worship the other party. Little Hui, I'm your man. Seventh Anima, whose ear was being grabbed, roared. Yeah, you're the man I raised with my own hands. Once, twice, thrice, and 4 times I let you go. You dare to come for a 5th or 6th time. You open your mouth and ask this little girl to give birth to a son with you? You've grown up. Huh? I'll cut you off when we get back. Little Hui, I'm just joking. Didn't I miss you? I asked you to come with me, but you didn't want to. This is the perfect way to summon you. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. Don't you know Master's space-time tunnel? Master is taking me to the ancient chaos domain. It's too boring to be alone with an old man like him. Seventh Anima immediately went soft. What couldn't Great Empress Lu Hui do? Cutting off his penis would be a piece of cake. Furthermore, she could guarantee that it wouldn't grow back after she cut it off. No divine ability or law could be used. How could anyone erase the inherited Tao mark awakened by the Great Empress? He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he hadn't used it before he fused with his main body, this was a man's dignity. He couldn't do without it. This chapter will make up for yesterday. Thank you, Brother Yution, for your 10,000 coins tip. I'll add another chapter tomorrow. Chapter 1256. Hearing the explanation of the 7th Anima, Lu Hui's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of undetectable craftiness. It had to be said that she was quite fond of the 7th Anima. After all, back then, Chun Hao had completely connected with the 7th Anima. When Chun Hao left, the 7th Anima, aside from the body of a little brat, and its divine abilities could be said to be completely Chun Hao's. As for now, there were some differences because of the different experiences. Going to the Antiquity Chaos Void, it's not suitable for you to go now. You have to at least reach the peak of the late Daluo Golden Wonderland. Why would Senior Yilan take you there now? Lu Hui asked. It's very suitable. I'm already as lonely as snow. Let me tell you, at the same level, I'm definitely stronger than my original body. Don't underestimate me. The 7th life said unhappily, the Antiquity Chaos Void. When your original body was at the peak of the Daluo Golden Wonderland, it only entered the 2nd layer. Moreover, that was when the 10 galaxies were at their peak. Now that the 10 galaxies have merged, and the heavenly Tao law has merged, the energy of heaven and earth and the heavenly Tao law are thick, causing the Tao marks and divine intent to be even stronger. The Antiquity Chaos Void is more than 10 times more terrifying than before. The 1st layer already has the divine intent of a true immortal king. Lu Hui said, although Chun Hao's 7th Anima was almost exactly the same as Chun Hao's original body, the memories of his cultivation experience were completely stripped away. Therefore, the 7th Anima only knew that his original body had gone to the ancient chaos desolation domain. As for what he had experienced, what he had gained, and so on, he did not know. This was also the reason why Chun Hao wanted to let the 7th life cultivate again. It would be good for his strength after the fusion. The divine intent of a true, immortal king already exists in the 1st layer, but it doesn't matter. Master is taking me there, and you're accompanying me. If I can gain experience, then so be it. If I can't, then so be it. The 7th life said. Lu Hui didn't answer. She only frowned slightly. She knew about the Antiquity Chaos Void, and concluded that Yilan must have brought the 7th life there for some reason. After all, that place wasn't suitable for the 7th life. Buzz. As they spoke, the two of them exited the gate of time and space, and appeared beside Yilan. Senior Yilan. Lu Hui nodded slightly. Lu Hui, the reincarnated immortal emperor, had been told many times by Yilan not to bow to him. He could not accept it, although Lu Hui's current realm was only that of the Daluo Jinxian. He knew her true identity and did not dare to accept her bow. Greetings, Master. Seventh Anima clasped his hands. Brat. Yilan blew his beard and glared. Obviously, he was still furious. Taking liberties with a woman in front of him was truly lawless. However, Yilan didn't flare up. He looked at Lu Hui and continued, Little Hui, you came at the right time. Let's make a trip to the ancient Chaos Desolation region together. Sure. However, Senior Yilan, is something the matter? It's not suitable for Little Seven to go to the ancient Chaos Desolation domain to train. That's right, we're looking for a secret realm. The reason why I asked this kid to go is because of his extremely high providence and his ability to sense secret realms. It's good that you're here. With the two of you, it should be easy to find them. Yilan said, Secret realm? What are its functions? What are its benefits? How did you know, Master? Seventh Anima asked excitedly. This guy's extremely high providence and his special ability to sense space made him the best candidate to discover secret realms. It was also because of this special ability that he often gained enlightenment and discovered secret realms. The benefits he obtained were undoubtedly enormous. Lu Hui, on the other hand, was slightly surprised. The current Yilan was a true celestial king, so how powerful was a secret realm that could draw his attention? Do you know why Master was so certain that you're far inferior to your true self? Yilan looked at Chun Hao's seventh anima. He didn't answer, but instead asked a question of his own. TCH, isn't it because first impressions are the strongest? He's the true self, and I'm just a derivative. In your hearts, to put it bluntly, what am I? I'm just his vassal. He gave birth to me, left me behind, and completely connected my memories and mental state outside of cultivation. That was a mistake in itself. You might think of me as him, but which one of you thinks of me as him? I acknowledge you as my master, yet you keep comparing me to him. What's the meaning of that? Xiao Hui spends more time with me, but that's only because she misses him. Isn't it? No matter what, I'm still your man. Ever since I've grown up, I can't even hug you. No matter how strong I am, how can I be strong in your hearts? I'm just a puppet, a substitute. Seventh Anima was just casually speaking, but the more he spoke, the more annoyed he became. He even began to spit at Yilan and Lu Hui. What nonsense are you spouting? You're him, and he's you. In the end, the two of you will merge and become one. I said you're inferior to your true self because I just saw your true self. Yilan reprimanded. Huh? What? Seventh Anima, and Lu Hui's eyes widened in surprise. Senior Yilan, Brother Hao is back. How? Lu Hui's eyes were filled with tears. Why didn't he come looking for her when he was back? Where is he? I want to fight to the death with him. I want to see who's stronger. Seventh Anima said, excitedly, his whole body surging with a strong desire to fight. He was Chun Hao, and Chun Hao was him. It was precisely because of Chun Hao's unreservedness that Seventh Anima felt that he was the most important. In the beginning, there was no distinction between them, but as time passed and they had their own experiences, he began to put himself first and rejected his true self. This was much more intense than the other animus. There was no helping it. He had his own consciousness and had connected too many things, so naturally his desire would swell. This was the most genuine expression of human nature. Move aside. Yilan slapped Seventh Anima to the side. then hurriedly turned to Lu Hui. Xiao Hui, he didn't come back. I only saw his image in a space similar to the second world. It's like this. Yi Lan quickly told Lu Hui and the seventh anima about the immortal emperor's kiliacosm of worlds, Earth, the kiliacosm of primeval chaos, and the immortal world. Now Lu Hui's grievance was gone, and she was just as excited as the seventh anima. The path of the immortal emperor, the intersection of the three worlds, will be the time for me to become the master. True self, I'll definitely beat you. When we merge, I'll be the master. Seventh anima roared excitedly in his mind. Just as Yulan had guessed, Chunhao would have to compete with seventh anima on the path of the immortal emperor. It sounded funny, but it was the truth. Unless Chunhao and seventh anima met earlier than the immortal world and merged earlier, there was no way to avoid it. However, the immortal world's space-time laws and time restrictions meant that it was impossible for seventh anima and seventh anima to meet before stepping onto the path of the immortal emperor. Chapter 1257. The Path of the Immortal Emperor. Can I step onto the path of the immortal emperor? After a brief moment of excitement, Lu Hui thought of Yi Lan's explanation of the path of the immortal emperor and asked worriedly. The immortal emperor ruled the world and controlled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The path of the immortal emperor was filled with countless geniuses, and only one could become an emperor. Of course you can. You are the reincarnation of the immortal emperor. The path of the immortal emperor is the path of your awakening. Why not? You don't have to worry about competing with the so-called immortal emperor in the legends is just a legend. What is the true mystery of the path of the immortal emperor? Where is the end? In countless years, no one has stepped into the immortal emperor realm. How could anyone know? Besides, even if you don't enter the path of the immortal emperor, you will continue to awaken as your cultivation increases until you step into the immortal emperor realm. Although the process may be very long, Yilan said, "Oh, as long as it's not brother, how? It's fine. Senior, let's go. Let's go, let's go." Seventh Life shouted. Okay, the great world of Xiandi, Planet Dehua Academy. Did you hear? Last night, the Dehua Pavilion specially recruited a monstrous genius. Nonsense, such a monstrous genius has appeared. In the entire Dehua Academy, besides those who are in seclusion, those who are out training, and those who are in the immortal world. Who doesn't know? Indeed. A potential value of 4,647 is a little scary. Plus, the Dehua Pavilion deliberately promoted it. It's a little hard not to know. Yeah, the monstrous geniuses in this batch of new students were all snatched away by the true Martial Pavilion. The Dehua Pavilion lost face. How could they not promote a monstrous genius that surpassed the Fart King? Okay, let's go quickly. We won't be able to see it if we're late. Okay, we have to see it. In the 10 pavilions of the Dehua Academy, Daluo Jingxian, and the cultivators of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm were discussing in groups of 3 to 5 as they quickly flew toward the Test Center's pagoda monument. The reason was because of a piece of news that had shaken the entire academy. Last night, Dehua Pavilion had specially recruited an evildoer whose life could only be described as abnormal. He was an outsider who had just entered Dehua City and was tested to have a potential value of 4,647, which was a few hundred points higher than Fatty Li Yuan. However, just based on this potential value, the #1 academy in the great world of Xiandi would fight over him. The Grand Pavilion announced to the public that this specially recruited monster would undergo a comprehensive assessment at noon today. Everyone knew that Dehua Pavilion had deliberately announced this in order to save face for this recruitment. However, it had to be said that it had really attracted everyone's attention. Brother Fatty, Brother Fatty, Brother Feng, Brother Guang, Fian, big news, big news. Last night, Dehua Pavilion specially recruited a terrifying monster with a potential value of 4,647 points. Hurry up and come out. The assessment is about to begin. Let's go take a look. Su Tao in Susu and the others who were living in the palace area of the Daluo Golden Wonderland received the news not long after they left the immortal realm. They hurriedly ran over to inform Chun, Hao, and the others. There was no doubt that this was a big deal for them, especially for Fatty, Shui Fian, Ling Feng, and Ao Qian. Chi. What's his potential value? Ling Feng, who had the soaring Pegasus technique, was the first to come out and asked directly, 4647? Shui Fian's expression was full of surprise. How is that possible? Brother Fatty only has a little over 4,100 points. Ao Qian was equally shocked. It was also at this time that Chen Hao and Si Xian walked out of the temporary palace. However, what surprised everyone was that Fatty was not surprised at all. It's absolutely true. His potential value is 4,647. The entire academy is in an uproar. The dean and the other higher-ups have all gone to see that guy take the assessment. It's just potential value. It doesn't represent one's strength. What's there to be surprised about? Fatty said calmly, Brother Fatty, 4,647. How can his strength be weak with such a potential value? Let's go quickly. This guy is definitely one of the biggest obstacles to us competing for the seat of chief. Dehua Pavilion's public assessment. We have to take a good look. Ao Qian said. Let's go. Chi. Ling Feng was the first to step out. Chi. Soon after, Ao Qian, Shui Fian, Su Tao in Susu, and the others also rose into the air. Clearly, everyone wanted to see. The public assessment was exactly the same as the assessment when entering the academy. The only difference was that the cultivator assessment was open to everyone. As long as one went to the assessment center, they would be able to see every action of the cultivator assessment. To many people, this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to observe and learn. To the examinees, it was an opportunity to earn fame and fortune. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Si Xian transmitted her voice. All right, damn it. This score is really hard to control. I feel like I only performed a little better. How is it 500 points higher? Chun Hao shrugged helplessly. With a swing of his, but he pulled Si Xian and chased after Ling Feng. This was a very boring thing to do. What was there to see in watching one's own assessment? He couldn't dampen the mood of his brothers and sisters. Moreover, as Ao Qian said, it was obviously a strong competitor. It would be abnormal if he performed too calmly. F***CK. There are so many people. When Chun Hao and the others arrived at the assessment center, the entire square was filled with people squeezing, people on top of people below people, front and back, left and right. This was truly a F***king sea of people. There are too many people from the Dehua Pavilion. This is definitely a mandatory viewing, right? Insusu said, Look, the Dehua Pavilion's pavilion master, vice pavilion master, and other higher-ups are all here. They even invited the dean, vice dean, and the other 9 pavilions' pavilion masters, vice pavilion masters, and teachers. In order to create momentum for one person, they used so much power. It seems like the Dehua Pavilion treats this specially recruited monster as a treasure. They will definitely nurture him with all their might. Su Tao said with a hint of shock. 47 points in the preliminary assessment, and he's someone who just stepped into the great world of CND. It's very scary. At least it hasn't appeared in the Dahua Academy. For the Dahua Pavilion to be able to invite so many higher-ups to watch, it's not because of the Dahua Pavilion's reputation, but more because they want to see the performance of this monster genius. Xue Fian, who didn't speak much, suddenly transmitted her voice to the crowd. "Brother, I want to see what kind of monster genius he is," Ling Feng said. The appearance of Chun Hao and the others undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people, just like Morong Qianhua, Xian Yuanchen, Tang Hu, and the others who had arrived earlier in the other direction. 4,647 points in the preliminary assessment. Brother, with such a result, even in the first academy, he can enter the top 100. Xian Yuanchen transmitted his voice. Potential value doesn't represent everything. Let's wait and see. If we can absorb him into our starlight, it's undoubtedly the best. Fatty and the others are here too. Don't let them beat us to it, Morong Qianhua said calmly. More. Thank you again, Brother Yutian and book friend 513195352 for your support. Chapter 1258. Finally, when it was noon, a figure suddenly appeared on the huge display screen of the assessment center. Damn! Isn't he too handsome? Handsome and unrestrained, elegant and graceful, a pear blossom overshadowing the begonia, loved by everyone, and blooming flowers. What surprised Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, Su Tao, and the others was that Fatty's eyes widened the moment he saw the video. Even though the video showed that this monstrous genius was indeed a little cold and handsome, it wasn't as exaggerated as what Fatty had said, right? Looking at the Fatty's shining eyes, Ao Qian, Ling Feng, and Su Tao could not help but have goosebumps. Damn, is this Fatty the type that kills both men and women? He's just a little bit worse than me. The Fatty finally said the last sentence that made everyone despise him. You can compare talent and strength, but you have the nerve to compare handsomeness? Among everyone, only Ao Qian, the skinny monkey, can compete with you. Yes, he is indeed very handsome. He's just a little bit worse than the Fatty and 10 streets worse than me. Whoosh! Ling Feng opened his folding fan and said with a serious and meticulous expression, "So cool. Brother Feng, although I don't want to say it, I have to say that this monster genius is definitely on par with you. I'm talking about his appearance." Insusu could not help but say. Her eyes were glowing as she looked at the screen. He's not as flamboyant as Ling Feng, but he's cooler than Ling Feng. Susu, I'm not scolding you, but I'm just telling the truth. Understand? He's one of us, so don't be reserved with him. Damn. Ling Feng cursed at Ao Qian. It's starting, Shu. The Fatty stepped between the two rivals. Beep. The moment the first test began, the young man in the image took out his token. His name, Chun Riqian, and his potential value were directly displayed on the huge screen. Originally, when they saw the appearance of this monstrous genius, it made the hearts of countless female disciples tremble. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the Fatty's praise, he was indeed handsome and suave. Especially that sharp and slightly cold expression of his, it was more in line with his monstrous potential value. At this time, when they saw the name of this monster genius, it caused even more shock. F***CK, Riqian. Mother **Ker. How dare you shout? How arrogant. One look, and I can tell he's a real man, a real man. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen someone with such an arrogant name, especially when this name was paired with his cold expression and monstrous talent. It gave people the feeling that he was even more arrogant. Moreover, it was the kind of arrogance that he had the right to be. Si Xian secretly glared at Chun Hao. Even she did not expect that Chun Hao would use this name. Fortunately, he was now using Li Yuan, and not Chun Hao. This little fellow is interesting. This old man is looking forward to seeing what his test results will be. Even the dean of the School of Chinese Arts and Sciences could not help but praise. Even though it was just an image, a person's temperament, eyes, and expression could usually be used to determine their strength. The young man in the image gave off a cold and arrogant feeling, and the depths of his eyes contained an endless, murderous aura. This kind of person was definitely a ruthless person, and he definitely had the qualifications to look down on everyone in the same realm. Otherwise, he would definitely not have such a temperament. This was definitely not something that could be faked. Dean, since I invited you to watch, I naturally have the confidence to give you a surprise. Riqian, as long as we can keep him, it will definitely be the glory of our school. The pavilion master said, "Let's see." An outsider who just entered the great world of CND and was lucky enough to be accepted by us, but it will be difficult for him to stay for a long time. This is not a matter of whether the treatment is good or bad, but it's not impossible. Our school's luck seems to have changed. Fatty Li Yuan, Chun Si, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, Murong Qianhua, Xian Yuanchen, Tang Hu. Now, Chen Riqian, is it really a coincidence? Is it all because of the appearance of her disciple, Xue Fian? The dean said, perhaps they are related, but I don't think so. Xue Fian might still be hiding something, but it should be very limited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost to Fatty Li Yuan Kai. After all, no one would be willing to lose to him. Yes, it's hard to predict. Anyway, it's a good thing for our school. Let's see. Old man will try his best to keep them. Boom. Amidst the buzz of discussion, the cold and arrogant Chen Riqian began the first part of the basic test, the attack power test. His fist shone brightly, and mysterious runes gathered on his fist. As he punched, the star core on the testing device lit up from bottom to top and finally stopped at 2190. Boom. Boom. Chen Riqian seemed to have seen the number before he attacked again. This time, he punched twice consecutively, and it was 2250, 2300. Boom. Boom. Following that, Chen Riqian began to throw punches continuously. Initially, the 2190 attack power had already shocked everyone. Back then, Fatty's first 90-plus attacks only dealt around 2070. However, Chen Riqian's attack power was more than 100 to 200 higher than Fatty's. Now, what shocked everyone even more was that after the 3 punches that seemed to be probing attacks, the continuous attack power had all increased to 2,300. It was so accurate that there wasn't a single fluctuation. What kind of abnormal control did one have to be able to do that? Fatty, what are you doing? No one knew that Si Xian, who was equally shocked, asked him telepathically. Yesterday I had an idea. I wanted to defy the heavens. So, I decided to defy the heavens without holding back. I wanted to shock the entire great transforming star, and even the great world of CND Chen Riqian. I used this name when I was in ancient chaos. Others might not know, but how could my father not know? Besides, even if they don't know just by looking at this name, my father, Master Han Mei, and my mother should be able to guess that it's me, outsider Chen Riqian, strong massacre intent. 3 points is enough. Chun Hao said telepathically. So, you didn't make the potential value so high because you couldn't control it? Si Xian asked. I didn't control it well. There's no pattern to the potential value test. The difference between good and bad is too big. Chun Hao said, "Oh, but it's a good idea to find Chun Wuliang, Han Mei, and Xue Mei." Si Xian agreed with Chun Hao's approach. As for whether it was high profile or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, it was Chun Hao's 8th life. His main body was in the dark, and there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, Chun Hao's 9 lives profound technique was very powerful. Unlike herself, it was very difficult for others to find out. Cough, cough, manners. Si Xian, do you know what manners are? You're my Tao companion now. How can you call my parents by their names? You're just a Tao companion in disguise. Do you really think it's real? Si Xian was slightly stunned. Chapter 1259. Unlike Chun Hao and Si Xian, who were flirting with each other, Xue Fian, Ling Feng, Ao Qian, and Morong Qianhua's people were all anxious. Although it was still unknown how many times Chun Riqian's last attack would be, it was already amazing that he could continuously deal out 2,300 attack power. Coupled with his abnormal control, there was not even a single error. This made the group of monstrous geniuses feel immense pressure. Boom! When the 100th strike was unleashed, the entire tester shook violently. Star cores lit up from the bottom to the top at an astonishing speed. The onlookers widened their eyes and held their breaths. How strong would the strongest strike be? 15,000. 18,000. He has surpassed Fatty Li Yuan. 20,432. Whoosh! The final number 20432 caused the crowd to explode. It broke the record of the Daluo Golden Wonderland of the University of Dahua. This wasn't just breaking the record of the preliminary test. It was the highest record of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. The significance was completely different. This meant that the strongest attack of all the disciples of the Daluo Golden Wonderland of the University of Dahua couldn't reach the height of Chun Riqian's 20432. Soon, the results were shown. The average attack of the 100th attack was 2,481. The strongest attack was 20432, which was more than 8 times the average attack. The final attack was 5 times the average attack, which was 8,684 points. It was amazing. Xue Fian, who had the highest attack, only had around 6,000 points. When the pavilion master of the Great Transformation Pavilion and the higher-ups of the Great Transformation Pavilion saw the surprised dean and the other pavilion masters, they were in a good mood. The gloominess of the true martial pavilion being in the limelight during the recruitment was swept away. Although they couldn't get back the disciples who had chosen the true martial pavilion, they could at least vent their anger. How could the most talented disciple of the Dahua Academy not be in the Great Transformation Pavilion? The reason why they held the test with such fanfare and invited many higher-ups was to vent their anger. They wanted to prove and tell everyone that Chun Riqian's talent and potential were stronger. The most monstrous genius was still in the Great Transformation Pavilion. So handsome, so cool, so powerful. It would be great if I could become his cultivation partner. It's hard to meet such a monstrous genius even in the top academies, right? If nothing goes wrong, there will definitely be a place for him on the path of the immortal emperor in the future. It is said that he has just stepped into the great world of CND. He will definitely become stronger after some time. Of course, even though the assessment has just begun, I can confirm that this is an extremely terrifying fellow. There will always be someone stronger than you. Chun Riqian is really strong. Originally, he thought that Fart King Li Yuan and Xue Fian would definitely become the first seat of the Grand Luo realm. Who would have thought that Chen Riqian would appear? Moreover, he was much stronger than the two of them. That's awesome. Buzzing sounds of discussion filled the entire square. Everyone was shocked by Chen Riqian's terrifying attack power, even though this was only the beginning of the examination. With his abnormal potential value, he only needed one test to verify most of it. No matter how bad the later tests were, there would be a bottom line, and it wouldn't be too bad. Reality proved everyone's guess. None of Chen Riqian's subsequent tests were less shocking than his attack power. His speed surpassed Ling Feng's Pegasus Starry Sky art by 200 points, setting a new record. The endurance test activated the law of time and space 100 times. Even so, the spectators watched for more than 4 hours. Chen Riqian persisted for 20 days, breaking the highest record of the University of Dahua. As for the combat strength test, countless cultivators from the Daluo Golden Wonderland and the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm were terrified. Even Ao Qian, Ling Feng, Xue Fian, Murong Qianhua, Xian Yuanchen, Tang Hu, and other top geniuses felt a chill down their spines. Kill. It was a crazy massacre, a massacre without any regard for the cost, a massacre with their lives on the line. Even though it was a simulated opponent, it felt 100% real, bloody, terrifying. It made everyone realize that Chen Riqian was definitely a cold-blooded and ruthless madman. At the same time, it also made everyone see Chen Riqian's abnormal recovery ability. If it wasn't for this, it would be impossible for him to fight in such a way. Brother Fatty, this guy's killing will is not inferior to your killing inheritance. It's too cold-blooded, too terrifying. He's simply a killing machine. What's more terrifying is that his recovery ability is so amazing. Damn, the feeling of reality is even more ruthless. When Chen Riqian broke the record of the University of Dahua's Daluo Golden Wonderland test and stepped out of the test center, Ao Qian, who was talking about Chen Riqian, felt Chen Riqian's real aura and immediately shuddered. What a cold guy. Ling Feng was similarly surprised. However, he was slightly startled after he finished speaking. His eyes immediately emitted an unusual glow that could not be detected. Immediately, he turned around abruptly and looked at Chun Hao. He transmitted his voice. Fatty, he's the same kind of person. It's good that you know. Chun Hao was already mentally prepared and said to Ling Feng telepathically. Ling Feng also had the Eye Esper ability, which was also the ultimate form of the Great Change technique. When Chun Hao met him for the first time, they both saw through each other. The only difference was that Ling Feng couldn't see Fatty's real appearance. This was a problem with the Esper ability. Before Chun Hao let out Chen Riqian, which was the 8th life derived from his killing will, to join the University of Dahua, he naturally couldn't use his real appearance. After all, when he was in the combat strength testing tower, his glabella was exposed except for the killing will. Although he was mistakenly thought that the killing will had given birth to sentience, his real appearance was his real appearance. If Chen Riqian used his real appearance, he would definitely be recognized. Therefore, he could only use the ultimate form of the Great Change technique to disguise himself. It was not surprising that Ling Feng's Eye Esper ability could see through it. This guy is very strong. I can feel that his mind only has martial arts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a pure killing will and a unified aura. Competing with such a person will put a lot of pressure on us. Ling Feng said telepathically, "What are you afraid of? If he dares to jump around in front of Lord Fatty, I'll just sit him to death. This is just a small university of Dahua. Look further. We have even stronger competitors in the top academies, the First Academy, and even the monstrous geniuses hidden in the First Academy like us." Fatty's fat face was brimming with confidence as he spoke telepathically. Fatty had to admit that if it weren't for the fact that he was in his 8th anima, he would have felt the same pressure as Ling Feng and Ao Qian if he saw other cultivators with such monstrous results. It couldn't be helped. The strength displayed by the 8th life represented Chun Hao's current peak strength. If there was anything that made Fatty's real body stronger than the 8th life, it would be that he had absolute control over his soul. This was the strongest life form that Chun Hao had derived in his strongest state. They had the same strength. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.